All right, peace family. We are now live. I want to welcome everybody to the Cardology Masterclass. Definitely gonna enjoy yourself today. Let me make sure y'all can hear me. Can you hear me, family? I want to make sure y'all can hear me before we get started. All right, can you hear me? Are we early? I guess they can't hear or see me. So people, let me know if you can hear me. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. You can see me in Aquarius. Okay, great. All right, family. So we're gonna be live today. We're going from 1 to 5. We'll probably go a little bit after 5, family. Um, just to update you on everything. I'm about to send. Do you want me to send these links now, Aquarius, before we get started?
Yeah, you can. You can.
Okay, so to get started, Aquarius Maximus has a lot of gifts for you to help you along your journey, and I'm going to send you these links right now. You can tell the people what the links are while I'm sending them, Aquarius.
Yeah. So you're going to be getting, hold on 1 second. You should be getting a book called The Grand Solar Spreads. And this is going to be something that you're going to use to do readings with. So it'll be good for you when you get it to like print it out, maybe, and put it in a book, because you won't need like any software. So like if the power goes out, you can still do readings, right? And we're gonna one segment of this class is going to be teaching you how to use that. And then also I've included an astrology cheat sheet, which is going to help you in your interpretations when it comes to cardology and the placements. I've also
Real quick, Aquarius. It says the page can't be found. I just
Which
clicked
one?
on it. The first one I clicked on because somebody said that. Hold up.
Grand Solar Spreads.
Let me
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Let's see. I might have
up it all up.
spelled it wrong. Yeah, I did. I spelled it wrong. Hold on. Let me see what the
Okay, yeah, I think that's just the first one because the second one worked. The third one worked. Yeah,
Grand.
that's just the first one.
Oh, I spelled it wrong. I see where solar spreads. So
Oh,
we're
that look
missing.
fire. Sacred symbols of the ancient. Oh, this look fire. Y'all gonna be happy with this. Yeah, I'm gonna send y'all. I got some more to send y'all.
Yeah, okay, I found it.
No, I'm not sending it to your email now. I could send it later,
The
but not.
last one is now sacred symbol. Grand solar spread. So that's there
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Only the first link didn't work, but I'm continuing to send them. Yeah, I can send it to your email later on, but I just figured I send it now to everybody.
And
Um,
there's gonna be some more as well. So
mhm,
and I'll explain right now what those books are. So I said the grand solar spreads are what you're going to be using for doing readings.
mhm.
What they do is they contain every age, even beyond regular ages, where you're going to be looking at age spreads and kind of seeing what's going on in a particular age for a particular card or birthday, etc.
Mhm.
And then I also sent you some tables with some keywords. We'll go over those too. These are keywords for the cards and the placements and stuff. And there's a book called Sacred Symbols of the Ancients. It's a very old book. It's kind of out of print. Sometimes people sell this book for like $100 or so. Um, but symbols of the ancients it's a little outdated in terms some of the terms, but it's very good. It's very good for learning the card spreads, like the meaning of a life spread, and each card, going into cards and personalities. You want to read that book from end to end, especially like when you get off of this class. I would suggest you read that book. There's another document called Solar Values, which we're kind of going to go over in the very beginning. And then it's an astrology cheat sheet because that's going to help you to be able to interpret things even further. Like knowing things like what's the keyword for particular astrological houses, what signs are associated with the houses. That's something we're going to go over really quickly too. And we'll go over it and then we'll talk about how that relates to cardology as well. So these are some really good starting points. It's really good if you're on a computer and if you want to open to follow along with it. But if you're not, we'll be using it and you'll definitely be able to follow along with me. So we're going to start out with cardology basics.
Let me just make an announcement real quick before you start, Aquarius. Yeah, so announcement to everybody. In terms of the life report, you guys, most of y'all should have gotten it. Whoever didn't get it, you will still get it. Don't worry about that. You don't need the life. A couple of y'all was worried about today's class. You don't need it for today's class. Your birthday has absolutely nothing to do with today's class, so don't think you're gonna miss out on something if you don't have it today. She will give it to you. We're gonna figure out a way to, maybe you guys could email her directly instead of going through me now that the workshop is over. Maybe that might expedite the process. We'll figure it out by the end of the class. But yeah, everybody will definitely still get the life report. So just be patient with that. In the meantime, she just gave you several ebooks. Once again, I want to thank everybody for signing up. I will also, in a couple of days, as soon as I'm able to download this masterclass from the server, I'm going to email you the actual downloadable link of the masterclass. So y'all have two options. You have lifetime access to it. You can either click on this link, this YouTube link, private link, to watch it anytime you want, or if you don't want to, if you want to store it on your hard drive or an external hard drive, you could download it with the link that I'm going to provide everybody with in probably about a week or a couple of days when I'm able to get it off the server. So a lot of stuff coming from this masterclass. I hope everybody take advantage of it. I haven't gotten my ebooks, Brother Rich. I literally just posted them in the chat room. So if you scroll up in the chat room, you will see all the links I posted. If you do not see it, don't worry about it. I'm sending it to everybody's email today. By the night, I will send everybody the ebooks that I just posted in the chat room. If you're coming in late, I will send everybody the ebooks by tonight. So everybody will have the ebooks tonight. Be patient with the life report. And besides that, let's get started. Aquarius, thank you.
Hey, okay. So this, understand that the way that I teach, I don't teach with prerequisites that you have to know everything. I always go over, reiterate something that I think is really important for you to know. And that's why we also have these books to kind of help you along too, right? And understand that if there's something that you don't understand now, maybe later on you'll understand and you'll gain a greater understanding. So whatever you do, just don't get frustrated. You know what I mean? This is like a science, but it's a fun science. Like once you get this, like you'll never want to put it down again. You'll be using this forever to either decode your friends, yourself, the people you do business with, the businesses you go to. Like you won't want to not decode anything after you use this. So it's going to be very helpful. And then also, some of you may also have my app, and the app is very helpful too, but you don't need the app for this class. That's why I've given you the ebooks. But the app, of course, is a plus to have. And I'll post a link to that as well. If you want to get that later on. But so where we're going to start is we're going to do Cardology Basics, which is just introducing the calendar. I'm going to introduce you to solar values, which are the numeric values of every card. And then we're going to go into the placements. We're going to go into the life spread itself. We're going to go into the placements, and then we're going to intro astrology of cardology, because like I said, cardology makes use of astrology as well in its own way. Then later on, we're going to look at love cards and money cards. And then we're going to get into the grand solar spreads. And while we're in the grand solar spreads, we're going to be doing readings, kind of going through the grand solar spreads. That'll be the final thing, because that's like the biggest thing that this system is centered around. So let's get into the cardology basics first. And hold on one second. I'm going to now share my screen. And screen and tab. So we got my screen. So we're going to look at the cardology calendar first, right? So if you go to, if you're on what is your card, you see the cardology calendar. And I'm going to explain a few things about this calendar. There are particular cards that are way more prevalent and they exist in cardology more than others, right? Many of you come to my Instagram page and you're looking for the card of the day and you're like, where's my card? Well, you might be one of those special cards that are rare, so you might be a heart or a spade. And the hearts and the spades, they typically are congregated around the fall and the winter time, right? So we're getting into the fall and the winter time. So now we're touching on more hearts and eventually we'll be touching on the spades. But if you're a spade, then you're definitely going to be more rare. Someone says that there's an echo. Is there an echo for you, Rich? I just want to make sure there's no
No, there's no
echo.
echo. You sound fine.
Okay.
There's no echo.
So the spades, you guys are rare, right? And another thing that I want to talk about while I have this calendar open is that, yes, this is a calendar of birthdays. And oftentimes when we see birthdays, we think people, but this is a day, you know what I mean? So it's not just a person, it's a day. So that means that every day when you get on that particular day, we all become that card energy. We all are experiencing life from the perspective of that card energy, which is really dope. So some people say, you never walked a day in my shoes. That's not true. The thing is, usually when you walk a day in someone's shoes, you're seeing it from your perspective, right? And the bigger thing about cardology is it's a tool of perspective. It's a tool to shift your perspective. That's why the card of the actual word cardology is a 9 of clubs. And that is what the meaning of the 9 of clubs. The 9 of clubs is about shifting your perspective, right? So we all know some famous 9 of clubs. I'm gonna give you an example, like Tony Robbins. I actually happen to love Tony Robbins, right? He always has these things about the mind, right? And his job is to shift your perspective, to show you another perspective. Because if you get stuck in perspectives, that's how we get things like depression, which is also a 9 of clubs. The 9 of clubs is the card of depression, but depression is really the inability of the inability to let go, right? And because when you let go, and how you let go is by shifting your perspective towards things, right? And then your body starts to change, like your chemicals, your hormones start to loosen up, your energy starts to change, and now you're able to do something else that the 9 of clubs is known for, which is graduate. The 9 of clubs is also the card of graduation. So when you see a 9 of clubs in your spread, and we'll actually get to that, that means that you get to graduate from lessons that you never have to repeat again. Or you get to graduate from a life that you never have to experience again, right? Because when you graduate from from high school, do you have to go back to high school? No. You never have to go back to high school if you graduate from high school. So graduation, or the 9 of clubs, is about ascension, right? So once you ascend, you don't have to go back unless you choose to, right? And even when you go back, you're not going to experience it the same. When you go back to visit high school, you're not going to really care about what's going on in high school or whatever, because you've graduated and you've ascended. Okay. So remember that 9 of clubs, cardology, is the card of ascension. So that's why cardology is so important, because what it's doing is helping you to ascend to new levels and new heights, right? So the calendar, like I said, this is the calendar, and it has all 365 days. It even has the Joker, right? So one of the first things that I want you to remember about the Joker is that the Joker is like the sum of all energies. So when we had the Egyptian calendar of good and bad days, there were what was called interval days between the years, right? So there was days where they were like the crossover into in between, or energy that's in between. And that's the Joker. So in cardology, when I read a Joker, I actually read them as a King of Spades. The Joker is December 31st. So you're literally getting ready to go into the new year. So the new year is going to be January 1st. So I don't bump you back, because back in the days, some cardologists, they used to read you as either an ace of hearts or a jack of, or a king of spades. I read you as a king of spades when you're a joker. So remember that. So if you get something from me, like some people got a life, we had a couple of jokers and they got a life report and it said January 1st. And they're like, wow, what, I got the wrong day. I'm born December 31st. No, you're going to be read as a joker. Okay. I mean, you're going to be read as a king of spades January 1st. So the year starts out with the King of Spades. The King of Spades, the God card is, and y'all got to chill out. Some people are like, oh, I didn't get the links on it. Please chill out, y'all. Relax. It's an 8 of Diamonds day today. And the hidden power card for today is the 3 of Clubs, anxiety, right? So you want to do everything that you possibly can to just relax and listen, because those are going to help you later on, but we're going to go through that stuff. So just relax. Okay. Because, when you kick up that anxiety energy, it spreads, especially today, because today has a 3 of Clubs. So it's like when anxiety energy spreads, then people get razzled and frazzled and, they can't learn. So just chill. Okay. So another thing, when you open up the cards are magnetic. So we're literally sitting here staring in front of every card in the deck. So you're going to be getting hit with lots of different energy as we go through this class. You may not understand it. Like, you may not realize that when you open up a card that it actually starts playing out in your life. But I know, because I know the cards, right? So some cards are going to be very chaotic. And then some cards are going to be very calm, and some cards are going to be very soothing, and some cards are going to be very abrasive. So we will actually be walking through the path of every single card here in this class. So we start out with a King of Spades, January, right? Interestingly, January is not a King of Spades month. It's a Queen of Spades month. It starts out with a Queen of Spades, but the very first day is the King of Spades. And then we go down. In cardology, the cards go down in the month. They don't go up, right? So January 1st is a King of Spades. January 2nd is a Queen of Spades. It doesn't go up, it goes down, okay? And if you notice, I'll scroll down, right? Because we got different days that we end. Not every month is ends at the 31st, and some end even sooner. And then we have February, which sometimes has a leap day. Sometimes it has a 29th day, and sometimes it doesn't, which is interesting. So that also makes the 9 of Clubs very special, because look, the 29th is a 9 of Clubs, right? So we'll get into why the 9 of Clubs is so special as well, in terms when we said it's the card of ascension. So as you get further down, you start to see that the diamonds start out the year, basically. The spades start out the year, and then you have the diamonds, right? And then as you get further into the months, you start to have the clubs, and you don't get the hearts until you actually get into like June. June is when the hearts start, like literally half the year. Then you get that one heart, which is the King of Hearts, right? And then we get into later on where we get more hearts come into the picture. But there is there are 2 hearts that only appear once a year. And that is the 2 of Hearts and the Ace of Hearts. Okay, so they only appear on the 29th and the 30th of the year. They're no other place. So that's why sometimes people say, like I said, they come on my timeline, and I'm like, I haven't seen my card yet. Well, you're likely a rare card, right? Now, we all do have a life spread. if some of you are familiar with astrology, you'll know that your sun card, I mean, your sun sign is not your only sign. You have planets that are in other signs. So you have what's called a natal spread. And in cardology, we also have a natal spread, and it's comprised of 13 cards, right? So because a particular every day also has a spread. I said today is an Eight of Diamonds day, but the Eight of Diamonds has a life spread. So today, the life spread, the entire life spread of the Eight of Diamonds is playing out. So we're going to go into life spreads and we're going to look into that because that gives way more meaning and dimension to just one card. So you're not just one card, right? And we're going to talk about the progression and the evolution that you go through each card in your life spread. So that's what we're going to go to in a minute. So this is the calendar, right? So let's look at today. We'll just look at today really quick. Today is September 3rd. So today is an Eight of Diamonds day, right? Very powerful card. And we'll get into why. And when you learn the grand solar spreads, you'll find out why that's one of the most powerful cards in the deck. Okay. So we see that tomorrow will be a Seven of Diamonds day. And like I said, it's going to go down. It's going to go down until eventually we get to the 11th, which starts the clubs. And that starts with the King of Clubs. So 9/11 is a very important day as well, right? We'll talk about that a little bit later on. So as we go down into that, then eventually we're going to get to the 24th, and that's going to start the hearts, and that's a King of Hearts, right? And we end out this month with a Seven of Hearts. So we go down. So remember, we start at, and mind you, each month has a pattern as well. It doesn't start at the King of Spades. The next month starts at the Jack of Spades, and then you have the Nine of Spades, Seven of Spades, Five of Spades, Three of Spades. You're going down by two spades, all the way to the Ace of Spades, and then you go down to the Queen of Diamonds, Jack, the Ten of Diamonds, Eight of Diamonds, Six of Diamonds, and Four of Diamonds. So we're moving by twos down. Each month is moving by two cards down each month, right? Now, interestingly, the February starts with the Jack of Spades day, and that is also the card of February. February is a Jack of Spades month. So the Jack of Spades is very unique in Aquarian. And isn't that like the height of Aquarius season? Yes, it is. We'll talk about the Jack of Spades also in a class and why February is the way it is because it's the Jack of Spades month. So this is the calendar. I just wanted to touch on the calendar a little bit because again, people get confused because when the first comes up, they think that the card spread keeps going. So it could have been like last month, it ended with the Eight of Hearts. So people were swearing that September 1st was a Seven of Hearts, but it's not. We're starting a new month. So it starts off with a Ten of Diamonds. Okay. So let's go to the life spread. We're going to go to the life spread. Now, if you go to my website and you go right on the homepage, it's always going to tell you, it's going to say something like today's hand, right? So this is literally the spread of the day, right? And it starts with an Eight of Diamonds. Remember what I said? I said today is an Eight of Diamonds day. So that's today's card. So it starts. But then you see a total of 13 cards. So these are the cards that rule today, right? In different ways. Now, we're going to get into the astrology of it because it's really cool. What's really cool about it is that you'll notice that there are planets under each card. You got the Mercury card, you got the Venus card, you got the Mars card. And today's card, the Eight of Diamonds, is actually the Sun card. So you got the Sun, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. And then you got these other cards, which we'll talk about. They're not planets, but they're special higher energies in cardology, right? Now, the reason that it stops, it actually doesn't stop at Neptune, it goes to Pluto. But originally, it was like a 7 planet system, right? And that's what's called in esoteric astrology. They focused on the 7 planets, and that was injected in cardology. So the 7 planets that were most important were Mercury through Neptune. That's what the 7 planets, right? And they're even in order, so they're mirroring the our galaxy. They're mirroring that, right? So the first card is the Mercury card, and we can even divide up the day on which these energies will kick in, because Mercury is the card that's going to rule the morning. So when you first wake up, this is going to be the card that is the first card that wakes up, right? That you wake up with is a King of Spades, which is a very, very important card. That's the God card, right? So because that card is the God card, you have a lot of Eight of Diamonds people who are like pastors. You got TD Jakes, you got Louis Farrakhan. Those are two Eight of Diamonds people, right? And although they're not in the same quote unquote religion, they still preach either way, right? And look at what their first card is. Their first card is God, right? The King of Spades. So that's whatever you interpret God is. So some people, God is myself. To other people, God is an important person, an important character. To some people, God is that spirit, the Most High, whatever. But this is the reason why this particular energy is so driven in the way that it's driven, like with TD Jakes and with Farrakhan, right? Now, if you look at the end, the transformation card is right here, and that's the Jack of Hearts. The Jack of Hearts in cardology is known as the Jesus card. This is Christ, right? And why is it known as Christ? Well, it's known as Christ because these people tend to be very sacrificial, right? So not only are they sacrificial, like they tend to sacrifice their own time and everything for other people, right? And they're very, very passionate about finding love and spreading love, right? Drake is a Jack of Hearts. So that's why most of his rap songs have something to do with love and relationships, right? So the Jack of Hearts is also an evangelist. When it's something that they're very passionate about, it will provoke them to speak. And not only just speak, but like preach. So there you have the preacher right here. So we already have identified today's cards as we got the God card and we got the preacher card. And now we can see why there are people like TD Jakes and Louis Farrakhan who are Eight of Diamonds in the world. So this is composing of the energy that they have, right? Now, but get this, because we're all in this day, today, we're all preachers. You know what I mean? So each and every one of us, might have something really important to say. And we may want to say it to somebody, and we're going to say it in a forceful way. Think of Farrakhan. Think of the way he says things. Think of TD Jakes. Think of the way they say things. It may be forceful, right? So these people could have a very powerful presence, a very forceful dialogue, but at the end of the day, they could be very passionate about love, right? And some of them, because this is quote unquote the Jesus card, they may be really devoted to quote unquote the Christ principle or Christ or whomever, right? So, and this is the thing, maybe they're not devoted to a religion, but maybe they're devoted to an idea. Maybe there's some great information that they have that they just preach super hard about, right? So that could be them as well. And it could be easy to identify Eight of Diamonds people because they're going to be strong. That's that King of Spades and Mercury, right? So they're going to have a very strong and commanding presence. They're going to be passionate once they get to something that they're passionate about. They could be quiet because they have an ace of spades right here, which is the card of secrets. So these are people who have many secrets, right? Or, or could be secretive in a way. So maybe they're not spilling out everything, but if you get them on a roll, they will. If you get them on a roll, then they're going to get up on their pedestal because they literally have a pedestal because they sit in cardology in the sun. And we're going to talk about that too once we look at the grand solar spread and where they actually sit in the grand scheme of life. They literally sit on a pedestal, right? So they're going to be on a pedestal, right? And because they're on a pedestal, and then when they're sharing their message and stuff like that, people are going to listen to them. They have the light shining on them. So this is one of those cards that has the light shining on them. Now, on the negative side, if you got the light shining on you, then you might be doing something bad, right? And you don't want the light shining on you, but it is, right? So this could be the card of being famous or infamous, right? So this particular person, in some form or fashion, if they mess up, then they're going to be put on Front Street. You know what I mean? Like everybody's going to know about it, right? Because they're on a pedestal, right? So that's why character is really important with this card, because either way, you're going to either be known for something and you get to shape what it is you're known for. So just know that, right? Now, we're going to talk about how in cardology, you actually move from card to card in a year. Some people don't move in a year. They don't move at all. We have some fixed cards, some very powerful cards that never move in anyone else's spot and no one can move in theirs. And that's the King of Spades for one. That's an Eight of Clubs. And that's the Jack of Hearts. So those are three fixed cards that no one can take their place, right? They are who they are. They can't move. They don't move in another person's place. They can get influence, but they can't move. Their perspective is fixed. They see things the way they see things, right? So you have them, but then you have other people who they move a little bit. They don't move as much as everybody. And that's going to be the Ace of Clubs, the Two of Hearts, the Nine of Hearts, the Seven of Diamonds. And I think that's it. Those are going to be those cards, right? So they move a little bit. They trade places with each other. So their perspective shifts just a little bit. And a lot of them, their perspective is going to switch between either mental and emotional, or love, or money, or, working really hard, to playing really hard. So their perspective is going to shift. But then you got the rest of us. We only said 7 cards. Now you got the other, what is it? However many cards, 40, we got 52. So we got 45. So you got the other 45 cards that move around. Like you're a chameleon. So one year you could become me, and one year I could become you, and one year you might become that person that you really want to become. Like you looking at this person and they're doing so well and you admire them and you admire their card energy because you're like, dang, why can't I be that card? Well, one year you will be that card, right? And it might not just be 1 year. It might be for 7 whole years, or it might be for only 7 weeks, or it might be for a week, or it might be for a day. So you do get an opportunity to morph into or ascend into a greater energy, right? That you can utilize that power for whatever time being you're in. It's like breaking into somebody. It's like somebody who, it's like Elon Musk, who is a 2 of clubs. And you look at Elon Musk, you say, I want to be a billionaire too. I want to be like Elon Musk. Well, one year you go waltzing into his house and you're Elon Musk. You get access to everything he has. You get to his job, his employees, his money, his this, his that. You have access to it. So you may not have it, but you got access to it. So now you get to use the superpowers that he has that 1 year. Okay. So I got to stop looking at the chat because all y'all like, in my classes with my students, and some of my students know, they don't be doing all of that. They like really be into it. So this is like something new. But at any rate, this is the life spread of the 8 of Diamonds. So another thing about the life spread we're going to go into is these 13-year cycles. That's something that I want to go into there to into it with you. In cardology, your life is broken up into 13-year cycles. Okay? So the first 13 years of your life is, guess what? Mercury. That's your Mercury card. That represents who you were from age 0 to 13. So the 8 of Diamonds was a king of spades when they were a kid. Now I'm going to tell some of you who were kings as a kid. Some of you in your life spread, you're a king. You might be a 2 of clubs, right? Which means you have a king of clubs in Mercury. Or you might be a you got hold on a second, who has a king of hearts? Somebody has a king of hearts in Mercury. I can't remember who it is right now, but I'll get to that. But you might have been a king of hearts in Mercury, or you might have been a king of diamonds in Mercury and you're a king of hearts. If you're a king of hearts, you have a king of diamonds in Mercury, right? So I think a 9 of spades has a king of hearts in Mercury, if I'm not mistaken. But if you were one of these cards that was a king in the first 13 years of your life, it could have been a very difficult childhood for you. Okay? Because people would expect you to be a king. Imagine you're a little kid and you're a king of spades and you're born a king of spades. So you're literally born like a little god, right? And in our time, depending on who you grew up with, like if you were wealthy, then they may have sent you to a private school or finishing school or something because they saw your potential as a god or as a king, right? But unfortunately, in the hood, I'm saying king of spades, and my king of spades is barking. Dogs are king of spades, and I might have to kick her out. But if you were a king as a child, you had a lot of responsibility on you. So if you had siblings, you might have been the one that they left the siblings with. So you might have been the one that babysat everybody, right? And if your parents came home and their house was a mess, and even though there's 10 kids there, the king is going to be the one that's going to get in trouble. You guys, hold on. Let me get her out of here because she's doing the king of spades thing. 1 second. Yeah. Sorry about that. She barks when somebody comes to the door. Yeah, she got to get the hell out. But dogs are king of spades, by the way. So it's interesting that the card for the word God and the word dog is the king of spades. So that's really interesting. So if you were a king and you had a king as a child, then you're going to be the one that's going to get the bulk of the responsibility. You're going to be the one to get the whoopings. You're going to be the one that gets in trouble because they're assuming that you know better because you're a king, right? Because you're coming in with that adult, powerful energy, right? And it's kind of sad because a lot of people have gotten abused under that energy, right? A king of spades in Mercury can get horribly abused or horribly, become the scapegoat. And that could be a lot for a child. So if you got a child that has a king, you're supposed to be doing things like, putting them in advanced stuff and getting them spiritually disciplined and feeding their intellect, but also giving them fun, having them doing things to enjoy life. These are the things that you should be doing. But unfortunately, in certain generations, these are the people who were abused the most. Like, seriously, right? So, although the King of Spades is the card of God and the card of dog, it is also the card of mental illness. So, you have people who, the King of Spades, are very sensitive. Like, they can pick up lots of things. So when you have an Eight of Diamonds who has a King of Spades and Mercury deals with the mental, this is someone who can pick up everything going on around, right? They can pick up all different types of energy. Like, their head is like open, right? So I oftentimes tell people, if you have a King of Spades, you got to be careful to watch out for potential head injury, right? So if you have a kid that has a King of Spades or a King of Clubs, you want to make sure that you never hit them in the head, right? And then sometimes they are going to attract head injury. Like, my mom is an Eight of Diamonds, and she had gotten this really big lump one time. She got hit in the head, or I forget what had happened. But typically, that's what'll happen when you have a King of Spades and Mercury as well. When you're a child, you may suffer a head injury. You may slip and fall. You may, do these things or whatever. But the head is very sensitive. Okay. So this child or this person has to be taught self-mastery or mastering the mind. This person has to be taught mastering the mind, because they have a very powerful mind, especially the Eight of Diamonds. They have the superpower of projection, of being able to project energy to you, or being able to send psychic darts to you, or being able, which is why they have so much love energy, because the lesson is to embrace the love energy so they won't be sending a whole bunch of negative energy your way that could potentially do you harm. So that's that. So the first 13 years, they're a King of Spades. Now, the beautiful thing for the Eight of Diamonds is the next 13 years, which is usually your teenage years, they're a Three of Hearts. So that means that they may have had a tough time as a kid, but by the time they get to be a teenager, they get to have fun. The Three of Hearts is the card of having fun. This is the card of love expression, creativity, friends, socializing, and dating, right? So the Three of Hearts is definitely what you would want to have as a teenager. So as a teenager, yeah, you want to have fun, you want to have your friends, you want to feel beautiful, you want to express yourself, and you want to be colorful, and you want to be popular. And this is what the Eight of Diamonds has in its Venus years, which is your teenage years, right? So in your teenage years, you're your Venus. So this is where you form your relationships. This is where you form your values. This is where you begin to experiment what it is that you like, because the first 13 years, the stuff that's implanted in you is the subconscious stuff that your family implant in you, your parents implant in you, right? That's your subconscious. So you don't even get to choose, really, the first 13 years anything, right? But that next 13 years, your Venus years, now you get to formulate what it is that you really want, right? And who it is that you want to be with. This is when you get your first crush. This is where you start to date. You like people, you go through puberty, right? And you form into that person that's driven in the material world during that time. So you get your style too, Venus, your style. So the next 13 years after that is going to be your Mars years. This is approximately age 26, right? So you got age 0 to 13, that's your Mercury, 13 to 26, that's your Venus, and then 26 on to about 38, that's your Mars. right? And during that time, that's when you're working on your goals. You're goal oriented, right? You're very driven during that time, you know? And some of us, like myself, because I'm Mars ruled, I'm a Scorpio, that was some of the best years of my life. Seriously, like that was some of the years where I did like I did things because that's Mars, you do things, right? And then you get to your Jupiter years, which are that following 13 years, and it starts approximately age 38 all the way up to about age almost age 50, like about 50 or so, right? And you're in your Jupiter years. And Jupiter deals with expansion, it deals with clarity, it deals with philosophy. So this is the time when you really formulate your philosophy, like what you believe in for real. Because up until that point, you really were just getting energy from everywhere and you were just believing in what was told to you from different places. But when you get to your Jupiter years, now it start to now you start to develop that acumen in terms of what it is do you believe in. You start developing your own philosophy about life. You know what I mean? So you start expanding, you're learning, and you start moving towards becoming more authentic, which is why a lot of people get divorced when they're married around that time. A lot of divorces happen around that time because now I really am beginning to understand who it is that I am and where it is I'm going, you know? So it's almost in the sense that this is when you really start to grow up and start to mature. A lot of people say the Saturn return at 29 is when you start to mature. That's when you crystallize. That's when your physical body actually crystallizes. And there's like no more physical, quote unquote, growth, so to speak, like you are an adult for real, for real. But when you get into your Jupiter years, this is when you really become philosophically mature. You work towards your maturity, which is going to come in your Saturn years. So don't think that when you get in your Saturn years, which is that age 50 and on, that, oh my God, I'm getting old, it's over. No, that's actually when you really become who you are. Like you really have an opportunity to live out the best of who you are because you're now embracing who you are. Up until that point, you had onions, you had layers like an onion. You were just building up layers, building up layers, building up layers. And then by the time you get to your Saturn year, those layers are peeling away and you become who you're really meant to be. So in cardology, you're actually really your Saturn card. Okay. So remember that. So when you go to see your 13 years, your 13-year spread, and some of you are walking around saying, I'm a 5 of diamonds and I'm this, I'm that. When you mature, you really become that Saturn card. So an 8 of diamonds is really a 10 of spades. Okay. And the 10 of spades is powerful because that's a lot of wealth. You know, that is someone who is sitting on an abundant resources that could last them forever. Right. And that's also a workaholic. So 8 of diamonds can be workaholics, you know, and that's also the Saturn is the government. So you might find a lot of 8 of diamonds in the government. That's why you know, there's a lot of hardcore management in the government, like working in government positions, because a lot of them are 8 of diamonds. My mother worked in the government, you know, so a lot of governmental places and managerial places, you may find the 8 of diamonds, but that's still beneath them. They should be going higher. So likely when they're in those spaces, they're not going to like their jobs. So the difficulty with the 8 of diamonds is you may find yourself working and working and working in something that you don't want to be in, right? And then finally you break out, which is that 5 of clubs Uranus. So the Uranus card is an escape card. It's a breakaway from a lifestyle that they don't really want, right? So when you see a 5 of clubs, if you got a 5 of clubs in your life spread, it may represent an opportunity for you to break away from something that you don't want. Like you really realize that I don't want to be here. This is not what I want. So someone asked, an 8 of diamonds is really a 10 of spades. I just said earlier that when you get to your Saturn year, your Saturn card, their Saturn card is the 10 of spades. You're going to be done peeled away all of these different layers, all of these different things that you built up. And it's going to leave you with the raw you. So Saturn represents the raw you, right? So by the time you get to your Saturn year, you know how older people, they get to the point where they just don't give a fuck, quote unquote, like I just don't care. You know what I mean? That's because all of that starts to peel away and you're able to start to live your life more authentic. Someone says it's too small for them to see. So let's zoom in. You're probably on a phone.
It's not too small to see. I'm looking at it right now, family. I can tell you today's cards: Mercury card, Venus card, Mars card, Jupiter card, Saturn card, Uranus
Okay.
card. And them,
Well, I
I'm,
zoomed in a little bit. So
it's not. It's just their computer. Come on, y'all.
yeah, and they're probably on a phone. So yeah, and if you're on a phone, by the way, you can zoom in. So so by the time you get to your Saturn years, you're going to be done peeled off a lot of layers and you get to be who you authentically are, right? And that's why people tend to gravitate towards older people as mentors, and even in relationships. Some people are attracted to older people, because these are people who are going to be more authentic and they're becoming and they're embracing who they are. Whereas all up until then, we've been trying to figure it out and we've been living by other people's standards and other people's words and all of these layers we built on ourselves. And then by the time we get to our Jupiter years, those layers start coming off. Jupiter years could be very jarring. When you get to be 38 in and of itself could be a difficult year, right? Because all of a sudden, your whole reality might be broken at age 38. Your paradigm is going to change. You're going to be like, shit, I'm leaving I got fired, or I got this, or I got that. But everything conspires to begin to take you through this educational period, which is known as your Jupiter years. So you are now entering university, the university of life, when you get to be your Jupiter card. So if you notice, the 8 of diamonds in their Jupiter years, they were Queen of Clubs, right? So this is the time when they really could start having a lot of success, because the Queen of Clubs is supposed to be a financially successful card. I want you to remember that. If anybody out there who's a Queen of Clubs, a Clubs woman, or a Queen of Clubs, or even a Queen of Clubs man, this is absolutely a financially successful card. It's a financially successful card off of the efforts of others, right? So this person, an 8 of diamonds, might work super hard for somebody when they could have people working super hard for them. So that's that. And usually, cardology is the law of attraction. So the people that you attract, they're holding cards that you hold too. So they may be teaching you how you need to be in an expanded way, in an exaggerated way, right? They're giving you the keys to the kingdom. So if you find yourself amongst somebody who is very successful, you should be counting your blessings, because that means that they're about to hand over that success to you. They're not losing it, but they're passing the juice on to you. And you should be able to run with that energy to wherever they're going, and etc. So that's why it's never a need to be jealous of anybody. Like, you should be celebrating when you meet certain people, because that is a sign in your life that you now are where they are. You have access to what they have access to. You just got to figure it out. And it may be about shifting your perspective, which is what cardology is about. So the final 13 years of your life, and let's talk about the Uranus years. The Uranus 13 years of your life, that's grandma and grandpa. Uranus rules friendships. So that's why we tend to be so friendly with our grandparents. Like, we could hate our parents could hate us, but our grandparents is like, oh, I love them. But the parents is like, when I was a kid, I didn't love them. So your parents don't have the same relationship with your grandparents as you do, because you have a Uranian relationship with your grandparents. And because you have a Uranian relationship with your grandparents, they're like your friends. And they're more accepting of you than your parents would be, typically. Unless you had a very young grandmother who was probably young enough to be, whatever, then there would be a little bit of a difference there. But if you had a traditional grandmother that may have been older, then you could have a better relationship with your grandparents than with your parents. Your parents are Saturn. So nobody likes Saturn. Nobody likes the one that has to set the rules and has the consequences. No one likes them. Uranus is freedom, so they're going to be like, well, I'm going to set some rules, but if you break them, that's on you. I don't give a damn. And my grandmother actually was an 8 of diamonds. My mother's an 8 of diamonds and my grandmother was an 8 of diamonds. So my grandmother, my mom, she may have been strict on us, but my grandmother was like, go ahead, bust your head if you want to. I don't care. That was my grandmother. You know what I mean? So she's like, go ahead, break your head. Go ahead. Your grandmother, she'll tell you, go ahead, get pregnant. You're going to get pregnant, and your mother would be like, you get pregnant, I'm putting you out, So that is the situation with the planetary. And we're going to go into the astrology planet cheat sheets that can also help you with these 13-year cycles. Okay. Now, another interesting thing about astrology in these cards is that each one of these 7 cards, and even the 8th card, which is Pluto, they rule signs, right? So your Mercury card tells how you perceive Mercury ruled people, and that's Geminis and Virgos. Gemini and Virgo is ruled by Mercury. That's why I gave you the astrology cheat sheet. You can open that up, right? So Mercury is how you deal with Virgos and Geminis. Venus is going to be how you deal with Tauruses and Libras. Mars is going to be how you deal with Aries and Scorpio. Jupiter is going to be how you deal with Sagittarius. Saturn is going to be how you deal with Capricorn. Uranus is going to be how you deal with Aquarians. And I also use Uranus for Leos. So Uranus is going to be how you deal with Leos and Aquariuses. And Neptune is going to be how you perceive, and this is how you perceive all of these signs. Neptune is going to be how you perceive Pisces. And the Pluto card is going to be how you perceive Scorpios. And this thing that says cosmic moon, which is like really the moon, that is going to be how you perceive Cancers. Okay? So when you begin to learn the keywords of these cards, it's going to make sense with why you have certain relationships with Geminis versus Libras, right? So if you look at this, an 8 of diamonds has a King of Spades and Mercury, right? So all of an 8 of diamonds important friends may consist of Geminis and Virgos. So if I go to TD Jakes and I say, who are some of your most important friends? What sign are they? He might find that most of them are Virgos and Geminis, right? And he's going to have a lot of business relationships because the King of Spades could be the leader of a big business. He's going to have a lot of business relationships with Virgos and Geminis, right? So if I were a Gemini and I want to have a meeting, let's say I was a Gemini, I'm a wealthy Gemini. TDJ said he never heard of me in his life. I could pick up the phone and call somebody and they can connect me to him, right? I could have that connection to him because he has the King of Spades there. So if I were a Gemini or I were a Virgo and I were it's important because the King of Spades is important people. So let's say I run a company, right? But I don't even know Farrakhan. I could pick up the phone and get somebody to connect us, or I may be able to get to him. This is a situation where I may DM him and he actually answers his DM because he has a King of Spades there. You ever realized how some people you can reach out to, like a celebrity, and then they'll respond to some people, but they won't respond to others. Well, this will dictate that, right? This will dictate whether or not they may respond to you. So he has a three, this person has a three of hearts, or today has a three of hearts. And mind you, this card also rules today. So if you're a Gemini or Virgo, this is a good day for you to do important things. Like, this is a good day for you to try to reach out to somebody of importance, right? So today has a three of hearts in Venus, and that is dealing with Libras and Taurus, because those two signs are ruled by Venus, right? So today for Libras and Tauruses, they may be doing something fun. They may be doing something social. They may decide that they're going to go out to a party today. They may decide that they're going to do something with the kids. They might be split between places. They're like, oh my God, I got so much to do today. I don't even know what I can do. Like, I got plans. Like, this person wants me to do this person wants me to do that. And what decision can I make? And that's the three of hearts. The three of hearts is like, all threes deal with weighing decisions. Like, they're ruled by Jupiter. So they have to make a choice. And they usually have options. The three of hearts is the card of options, right? So this person, an eight of diamonds, is going to enjoy their options. They're going to enjoy the fact that they got options, right? And today, if you're a Libra and you're a Taurus, you may have options to exercise today. Like, you might be on this class, but somebody invited you to something else. But you decided to choose this class. You know what I mean? And that's the card of creativity. So if you're a Libra or a Taurus, you might decide, I want to do some art, or I want to sew today, or I want to do this, do something creative as well, right? Someone said, oh my God, my mother's a Libra and she really wants to go to a festival today. Well, there you go. So Mars rules Aries and Scorpio, has an ace of clubs. Guess what the ace of clubs is? A teacher. Guess who's ruled by Mars? Me. So what am I doing today? I'm teaching a class, right? Now, you might be an Aries or Scorpio and you want to learn. The ace of clubs is also the card of learning, and it's the card of asking questions, right? So you might be sitting in the chat right now. You're a Aries or a Scorpio, and you're like, man, I got a lot of questions I want to ask, and da-da-da-da-da. And you might be firing off questions. You might have questions in your head. You want to learn. Someone said that. You may want to learn, right? You're a Sag. There's a Queen of Clubs there. Guess what? Guess what happens to Sagittarius today? Interruptions, disruptions. They plan to do one thing, but somebody comes and disrupts them from doing that one thing. So if you're a Sag, your house is busy, busy, busy today, or your phone is busy, busy, busy. You're getting interrupted by phone calls. So you're sitting here in this class and your phone is blowing up. You're like, oh, I got to take this call. You're a Sagittarius. I got to go take this call. I got to go do this. Somebody calls you and asks you, can you go pick up the kids? No, I can't go pick up the kids. I'm in the class with Aquarius Maximus. Can you go watch the kids? The kids are going to bug out today if you're a Sagittarius and you got kids. They're going to be bugging. And they're going to be knocking on your door. They're going to be like, Mom, can you take me? No, Mom, what you cooking for dinner? Mom, da-da-da-da. Because the Queen of Clubs is the mother of everybody. And it's the sacrificial mother. It's the mother that has to choose between sacrificing time for her kids and herself. And it's the mother that has to learn how to put boundaries down. So if you're a Queen of Clubs, you got to have a big fat sign on your door that says, I'm in a class, leave me the hell alone today, or I'm going to pop you. You know what I mean? So if you're a Sag, then you need to put a sign on there and say, I'm in a class, I'm in an important class. Because if you're a Sag, then this class here can level you up to being a GOAT in your life. Because that card has the GOAT. That's what you would get out of this. So if you're a Capricorn, it has a 10 of spades there. So you're sitting in class, you're also working, you're working on this project, you're listening to me, you're doing this, you're doing hair, you got a client, you're doing hair, you're doing your hair, you're twisting your hair, you're busy, you're thinking about money, or that type of thing. So if you're a Capricorn, right? And if you're an Aquarius or you're a Leo, then you could get disrupted too. You got a 5 of clubs, right? But this may seem very fascinating to you if you're an Aquarius and a Leo. Like, you might lean like, shit, this is gonna make me Atlantean level. Like, I need this in my life. You know what I mean? So you be thinking about what ways you can utilize this to make money because of the 5 of clubs. You know what I mean? Like, how is this gonna level me up and make me rich? You know? And you also may have to unexpectedly get up and go somewhere during this class. You may, even as the bathroom, but you may wind up having to make a run to the store real quick. Or you may wind up having to, do something real quick and then come back. That is the disruption of the 5 of clubs as well. So if you are Pisces, right, you got a 3 of diamonds there. You might be worried about money. You like, damn, I got to pay this. I got to pay that. What can I do? Okay, after I do this, I'm going to do this. I'm going to hustle a little bit. I'm getting on Instagram and I'm going to post my so-and-sos. And because Instagram is a 3 of diamonds, by the way. So I'm going to get on Instagram, or you might even be on Instagram if you're a Pisces. You up here on the class and you scrolling through Instagram. So the 3 of diamonds has ADHD, like technically, right? That's the energy that's associated with the 3 of diamonds. They can't focus, so they doing 3 things at the same damn time, and one of them things is gonna fall to the wayside. So if you're a Scorpio, you get to take advantage of the Pluto card as well, because you got 2 rulers. So the Pluto card is the Ace of Spades, right? So you might be secretly taking this class. You might be hiding out from all your friends. You ghosting your friends. People calling you. You ain't gonna answer the phone. You got your phone on Do Not Disturb. You ain't nobody gonna disrupt you. And the kids especially, you got a belt right here. And you like, you see that? Right? It's all about me. I'm taking the time to take this class and to do this, right? And this is going to help me to boss up. So that's why I'm taking this class. Now, if you are a Cancer, right? The cosmic moon, that's another 5 of spades. You might have to make a run to. Something might shake you up. You might get this earth-shattering call today if you're a Cancer. Or you might get someone that's making an earth-shattering request. And I'm going to tell you this. If you have to leave, don't think you're going to be able to come back really quick, because it's going to take a long time, whatever it is. You got to leave. You're going to have to walk. You're going to have to take a long drive. Even though you think it might be quick and you can make it back, it's not going to be quick. 5 of spades is not quick. You're going to be on a damn adventure. So if somebody calls you and say, can you take me to the store? You try to take them to the store today and you're a Cancer, they're going to make you go 5 different places. You're going to go here. You can be like, oh, they're going to be like, oh, I need to stop and get the baby some milk too. So can I go here? And, oh, I need to whatever. So can I go here? It's going to be like that if you're a Cancer. So the beautiful thing about the daily spread is you can predict your day off of the daily spread. So I do horoscopes. I used to do horoscopes where I actually write horoscopes, and all I would use is the card of the day. And I used to also do something called the card of the day, where I would put what I call the karmas of the day, right? So every single thing I told you is a karma of today, right? So it doesn't necessarily just have to happen to those signs. It could all of this stuff I said could happen to you. It could happen to anyone. It's just going to be stronger with those signs and those people. But everything I just named to you could happen to you as well. So that is the beautiful thing about knowing the energy of the day. That's what I used to call it. Because guess what? It makes you a psychic. How many of the things I just told y'all did y'all say, shit, how the hell did she know that? It's in the energy of the day. It's in the karma of the day, right? And literally what I'm doing is I'm making a whole entire database of everything that can possibly happen in this day so that later on I can make some software. I could just pull it up and be like, oh, this is what my day is going to look like. Because that's what this does. This tells you what your day is going to look like. So if you were making plans for today, right? Like I could get unexpectedly disrupted. I already did. The dog started barking and I had to put her out. Hopefully that's it. But on an 8 of Diamonds day, you can anticipate being disrupted. You can anticipate being disrupted, right? But there's a reason that the 8 of Diamonds must be disrupted because the 8 of Diamonds is potentially such a victorious card, such a card that can bring you so much success that can only happen if you're flexible and you allow yourself to allow spirit to lead you in some way. That's why I said some 8 of Diamonds are pastors. You got Farrakhan. They're obviously led by the disruption of spiritual forces that interrupt everything they do and they shut it down. They be like, I'm getting a message. I'm shutting everything down. I'm going to hear you. I don't care what you're saying. I'm getting a message from spirit. This is the message. Boom. And then they come out like TD Jakes loves to do. And then you see his little things of his little messages. You know what I mean? And they come out with the biggest messages that people love. And they realize that it works. This works. So they don't try to change that part. Like this works. So I'm shutting down because God is talking to me. Hold on. God is talking to me. King of Spades and Mercury. God is telling me something. Okay, let me go out and tell the people now. That's the Queen of Clubs. Let me go out. You know, the Queen of Clubs likes to spill the tea. Queen of Clubs likes to tell the tea. They cannot hold nothing. They're going to tell your secrets. They're going to tell, right? And they love to tell secrets. So they're going to spill your tea. So look, 10 that has in Jupiter. Jupiter deals with religion, philosophy, higher education, travel, foreigners. So this is the type of things that are going to get spilled. This is the tea that's going to get spilled today. So this 8 of Diamonds is going to spill the tea about philosophies, even secrets. It's going to listen to God, have these messages, King of Spades and Mercury, right? And then at the end of the day, it's going to sit up there and preach about it. Jack of Hearts and Transformation, going to get up on their pedestal and they're going to preach. So that's dealing with the energy of the day, and that's dealing with the life spread. So, and everybody's life spread is like this. Everybody's life spread has a particular energy. You even have superpowers. Guess what? The 8 of Diamonds loves to save people. You know why? They got a Jack of Hearts transformation. The Jack of Hearts card is not only the card of Jesus, the Savior, it is the card of the superhero. I am a superhero. I want to save people. So if you have a Jack of Hearts in your spread, then somewhere you're going to want to save somebody. You're going to want to be a superhero. And you can. You have the ability to because you got the Jack of Hearts. So you're willing to sacrifice your own personal time. You're willing to shut down whatever you do and then go save the day because you know that's what Superman did. Like Superman was working and then somebody's like, oh, come save me, Superman. Then he took off his cape and went flying. Well, there you go. That's the Jack of Hearts. So these people do want to save people, right? And this card is right next to the moon card. So I'm going to give you a little jewel. The moon or Cancer is a card that rules the common people, the common man and woman, right? It's also the card that rules people of color, whatever you want to call it, black folks, Moors, whatever, they all fit in the moon, right? Which is why you have someone like Farrakhan who wants to save black people. His Jack of Hearts is sitting right next to the card for black people. So he wants to save black people. And guess what? He was born when I think his Pluto is in Cancer, if I'm not mistaken. So it underscores the fact that he wants to save black people. Right? He can't help it. That's who he wants to save because it's right next to the moon card. Same thing for TD Jakes. TD Jakes is more aligned towards black people. He wants to save black people too. So that's where that Jack of Hearts. Queen of Clubs have a Jack of Hearts in Pluto. And you know who they want to save? For the women, they want to save the man they're having sex with. Pluto. So Pluto rules sex. Yeah, that sexual stuff. So Queen of Clubs, they want to save that man that they're with, that they're having sex with. So they have to be careful with who they have sex with. If they're having sex with 4 or 5 people, gonna wear them down because they want to help every last one of them. They want to save, they want to sacrifice, they'll sacrifice their time. So one of them dudes will call them up and be like, hey, can you come over? Sure. Knowing full well you're working on something super important that could potentially bring you a lot of money, you're going to drop it and you're going to go over. And especially he's like, man, and see, that's how the guy is going to lay it on you with a Jack of Hearts and Pluto. He's going to call you and he's going to be like, man, I had such a hard day today. You know, he's not going to tell you to come over. He's going to be like, I had such a hard day today. I'm so hungry. Superwoman's going to kick in. She's going to come over with a plate of food and whatever and save the day. Which is why the card for single mothers is the Queen of Clubs. Most single mothers have very strong Queen of Clubs going on, right? And the Jack of Hearts is also the card for teenage pregnancies, believe it or not. So when I'm looking at someone's cards, usually if they have a Jack of Hearts, like my mom had me when she was 17, her transformation card is the Jack of Hearts, right? So a lot of, you'll look and see if someone has a Jack of Hearts, and they'll either, if they don't have a teenage pregnancy or a young pregnancy, they'll have an unplanned pregnancy or pregnancy that disrupted their life. So someone asked me, are both Jack of Hearts and Queen of Hearts saviors? Not so much. Jack of Hearts, absolutely. Queen of Hearts, not as bad as Jack of Hearts. Queen of Hearts are motherly. Jack of Hearts are downright, they have 9s. They're downright, I'm going to save you. Okay? So these are what I call the karmas that are associated with the card. So now, if I were to take away all those cards and all you saw was the 8 of diamonds, I just told you so many things about their life. Like in this one little conversation, this is the karmas that are associated with their life, right? But not just their life. Let's say 1 year, let's say 7 years, you are displacing their card. That means for 7 whole years, you're going through all of this stuff. Let's say you have an 8 of diamonds in one of your life, in your life spread. Let's say you have it in Mercury. The first 13 years of your life, you went through this. You could get pregnant really young if you got an 8 of diamonds in Mercury. And I know a 10 of clubs person, which has an 8 of diamonds in Mercury, who got pregnant when she was 12. Jack of Hearts. So you can determine a lot of things by these karmas that are associated with these cards. So if you have an 8 of diamonds in Venus, then you're going through all of this stuff I was talking about. So someone says that they're lost with all of this. I hope there are enough people. If you're not lost and you're in this chat room, drop a little hand up like this, because I just want to make sure that everybody's not lost. Other people will catch up, but everybody. So if you're understanding what I'm saying, just drop your hand, like a hand up in the chat. Just a hand up. Because y'all having whole conversations in there. Good. Thumbs up. Cool. Hands up. You're lost but following. Now, someone mentioned the 52 cards, right? Yes, there are 52 weeks in a year. And that is because the cards, the playing cards, are a calendar. And literally, what we're looking at is a calendar. We're looking at a calendar of time. Okay? So let's say 1 year, let's say when you get off of this and you look at your yearly spread, which we're going to talk about, and you see an 8 of diamonds there, right? Then you could say, damn, some of them things that Aquarius Maximus said, that's what I'm going to experience this year. Not all, but you might experience some of those things, right? You'll probably experience a lot of them, but you won't pay attention. Your perspective ain't there. You're not paying attention. So what you really don't understand is you are experiencing all of that, but you're not paying attention. But if I tell you that this is the 8 of diamonds, and this is some of the things that you can find with the 8 of diamonds, you might find that you're sacrificing your time. You want to save somebody. You might find that you really have this urge to share messages and you want to talk, right? And you want to be really passionate about something. Or you might say that you get a head injury today, or you have a headache today. Something happens with your head, or you attend a class today, right? Or you teach something to someone else today. Somebody asks you a million questions that irritate the hell out of you, because the Ace of Clubs is the card of asking questions. And today it's in Mars, right? So Mars is irritating. So somebody might ask you an irritating ass question today. Like you answer them and they still don't get it. And they come back and ask it in another way. And you're irritated. 8 of diamonds get irritated. They get irritable. They don't like to be questioned a lot, right? They don't like that. You ask them a question and you ask them again and again, they start to get that irritated look. Like, did I not tell you the answer to that question already? So today, and then if it's and I'm going to tell you, if somebody who got anger issues, don't ask them no questions today at all. They're going to cuss you the hell out. If they got serious anger issues, and don't ask them nothing about them. Don't ask them what their plans are. If it's somebody that you know that got anger issues, don't you dare ask them what their plans are today. Because today has a 10 of spades in Saturn. Saturn is time. And 10 of spades is sensitivity, emotional touchiness. People are touchy today about their time and their stuff. So you don't want to. Someone asked, what do you mean by today's hand? So I showed you earlier that there's a calendar. Every day has a card. So today's card is the 8 of diamonds. And every card has a spread. Every card has 13 cards, 12 cards that go along with it. And I have today's cards up on the screen. So that's what I mean by today's hand. This is the hand that today is holding. We are all holding this hand. And like someone said in the chat, it changes every day. It changes every day. I'm not going to answer every question, but I can't help it because today has an Ace of Clubs in Mars. Like I can't even help but look at your questions. I'm Mars. So Ace of Clubs. So I'm going to be distracted by your questions. I'm going to be forced to answer your questions. So if you want to know something today from somebody, let's say somebody has been holding something from you. Today's the best day to ask them. They're going to answer some kind of way. So today is a day you can find out some stuff. So if you don't want to know, don't ask today. Don't ask today. So what we were talking about is the karma of today. These are the actions that could potentially happen today, right? I listed off a whole bunch of stuff. It's almost as if you get a notebook and say, okay, Aquarius said that people can ask irritating questions today. Aquarius said that um, I might get disrupted or interrupted today. Aquarius said that blah, blah, blah. So I'm talking about the karmic energy that's associated with today and today only. I'm just using today as an example. I could even do tomorrow and we can do the same thing. I can tell you all of the potential realities that can happen tomorrow. So what it does is it makes Aquarius Maximus look like such a big psychic, but I'm not really. I am a psychic really, but I already know what could potentially happen in that day, right? So this is a great thing because let's say I was an investigator and let's say someone was murdered today, right? You know what I would do? And I don't know how it happened. I would pull out this spread. I would look at the spread of the day and I would go through every potential reality of today and see and taking the signs from the murder scene, I can build a story based off the energy of today. So if someone shot somebody today, and then it was like, it was an accident. The only way it was an accident is if you got so mad and so irritated by what they said to you that you accidentally shot them, which is not likely the case. Today is more of a day associated with assassinations. So today has a Jack of Hearts. It has a lot of religious stuff. Remember I said too, religious, it got Christianity, it got Islam, it got all kind of stuff in today. Anything where you want to believe in a higher power. So this is a day where someone can kill somebody because of their religious beliefs or what they believe, right? Today is a day where they can assassinate someone. Then a lot of assassinations do occur with this card. And the reason I say assassinate is because this card is an important card. It's in the light. So it's like when you kill somebody, you want people to know, want an 8 of diamonds. You want somebody to find them. This is not where I'm going to kill somebody and I don't want nobody to know. You don't do it on an 8 of diamonds day. This is, I want to be recognized. I want to be acknowledged. I want to be seen. I want somebody to acknowledge something about me. I want to be a star, but in a real jacked up kind of way. So it tells me a lot about what happens to a person that gets murdered today and that type of thing. So that's what's so powerful about cardology. Like, it's just really powerful. Like, you just, I can't even explain it. Well, I am explaining it. So we're going to move on to the solar values. I'm going to share something with you. And I actually sent you the solar values. So let me open that up. Hold on. And I'm going to share that. All righty. So let's do this and let's share this window. Okay, so this is something that I sent you guys. I'm going to open it up. And these are the numeric value of every card. And why is this important? Well, some of you see numbers, right? So some of you dream about numbers. Well, the beautiful thing about having the numeric value of a card is that when a number pops up, you could get the card and you might get more information about what that message means, right? So this is how we do something in cardology, which is called a card of the name. So your birthday is not, or day is not the only thing that has a card. Everything under the sun has a card. Anything, right? So let's say you wanted to know the card of Earth, right? But you don't know when Earth was born. Can you get the card of Earth? Yes. You can get the card of the word Earth. All words, I don't care what language they're in, they have the tonal value of the same numeric energy that they were born in. I don't care what language it is. So a lot of people are real funny. They're like, well, I don't like my government name. Well, guess what? Your parents gave you the tonal value for what you were when you were born. They gave you the magnetic value of yourself in English, but they still gave you the magnetic value. So I could look up your name and I can tell what your purpose was at birth. You know what I mean? Or I can tell a lot of different things about you just off of your name. And I don't even need to know your real name. You can lie to me. Give me a fake name. I will still get the card of the fake name you give me, and it's still going to tell me everything about you. You cannot express anything about yourself that is not connected to you. You can't. So I remember one time, I like to play with people on dating sites. Somebody came in my inbox. I was like, "Are you on a dating site?" I'm like, "Yes, I am." I like to play with people on dating sites sometimes, right? So I'll ask them, like, "What's your birthday?" And they're all hip to the witches these days, so they don't want to tell them your birthday, right? So they'll be like, "I'm not telling you nothing." I'll be like, "Okay, that's fine, because I'm just going to use your screen name. Here's everything about you." Blah, 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 blah. And it's just silence. They're like, "Oh shit," right? Because I can do it off of your screen name. It's crazy because one of the things I used to do also on dating sites is I used to change my screen name when I wanted a different type of man. When I was looking for a different type of man, like if I had my screen name this and I'm getting all of these types of men, like this one type of man, I'm like, "Ooh, I don't like that. Let me change my screen name." Change my screen name. I'm getting another type of man. I'm like, "Okay, I like this. I'm going to go with this screen name," right? That screen name is going to be a particular card. So in my app, I actually have a tool where you can get the card of the name instantly. You don't even have to do these calculations. But I did give you this, and it does show you how to do the calculations. So as you can see, I did the calculations on the word Atlanta, right? So I got A, which equals 27, right? So go to A, and I'll go capital A. If you're going to do a city or something like that, it's going to be a capital. So I go up to capital A here, right? And the number is 27. So I have 27. And then I go T, which is a lower T, and that number is 20, right? So I'm going to put all of those numbers here, and then I'm going to add them up. And Atlanta adds up to 95. Any number that becomes more than 52, because there's only 52 here. This might be a little bit of math for y'all, but it's not super complicated. It's only 52. It goes up to 52, just like the 52 cards, 52 weeks. It only goes up to 52, right? So you got 95. So what do? Well, you want to subtract 95. You want to subtract 52 from 95. And you're going to get 43, right? So then you go up here and you look. The card 43 is, you're going to look for the number 43, and look, it's a 4 of spades. So the card for the word Atlanta is a 4 of spades. So this is really great because let's say you want to find out the card for a city, but you don't know when that city was incorporated. Well, you could just look up the card of the name, and it's going to tell you the energy. So Atlanta is a 4 of spades, right? Now, that's my Saturn card. Saturn tends to be things we don't really like, right? But Saturn could also be career. So a large part of my tech career, I worked in Atlanta, right? I don't like going to Atlanta because of the parking, the lack of parking, the traffic, all of those Saturnian things, right? And every damn time I go there, I'm late because it's my Saturn card. And Saturn deals with time and it's sitting in a time bubble. So if your card is sitting, if you have a card that's sitting in Saturn and you got to go to that place and it's that card, you're going to be late every damn time unless you plan ahead. That's what Saturn likes. Saturn likes you to plan ahead, get a calendar, make sure you get reminded, all of this other stuff. If not, you're going to be late, right? Now, the 4 of spades is support. So some of my best supporters are where? In Atlanta, right? So I'm gonna have people who are gonna support me in Atlanta. Like if I were to break down in Atlanta, because I have a 4 of spades, which is the card of protection, somebody gonna come get me. Somebody gonna come do something for me. People are always taking me to lunch and dinner and all those things in Atlanta. Like they're always saying, hey, you wanna go have lunch? Hey, you're gonna wanna, and I don't even live in Atlanta. I live out in the outskirts. So that's the card. That's how you find the card of a word. Okay. So let's say you have a dream and the number 777 comes up. What are you going to do? You want to know more information about 777? Add the sevens together, right? You got 7, 14, 21. Let's look at the card for 21. So the card for 21 is a 8 of clubs. 8 of clubs. So what do I do with that? Well, I got some keyword books that I shared with you. I think you have one of my keywords. If you got the software, you'll have keywords. But to tell you a little bit about the 8 of clubs is it deals with success. There's a lot of success in 8 of clubs. That's a good sign, right? The negative side of the 8 of clubs is the tendency to be obsessed with things, you know? So you might be obsessed with relationships. You might be obsessed with a person, right? And that's 7. 7's a Neptunian. You're dreamy about, a lot of times it's relationships, right? But the lesson with the 8 of clubs is that there are some ideas that are coming to you that you could take all the way to the bank. You know what I mean? So you need to focus. You need to do whatever you need to do to build your focus. If that's meditation, if that's whatever you need to do, you need to build up and focus because there is a potential large amount of money that your angels and ancestors are trying to get to you. 777. That is the meaning. So if someone comes to me and says, I dreamt about 777. Okay, here's the meaning. This, you can get that from Cardology. It's an 8 of clubs. That's a club. So number 21 is an 8 of clubs. Someone is asking about the software. I'll drop the link here for the software. And you can have it on any platform, by the way. You can have an iPhone or whatever. It is a web app. It is not in the App Store. I took it out the App Store because Apple is ganking me. But hold on. Let me see if I add this. It'll be linkable. And I will have a link on my homepage of my website eventually. I've just been too busy to put it there. But a lot of this is, yes, in my software. Someone said, I love your app. Thank you so much. So someone said they keep seeing 444. What are you going to do? Add 444. 4, 8, 12, right? So what's the card for number 12? Card for number 12 is hold on a second. I'm losing where I am. Card for 12 is matter of fact, you even break it down even more. Sorry. You can, and if you want to, I know we got some numerologists, you can break down 12 into 3, right? So 3 is the 3 of hearts, right? Strange thing though. The 3 of hearts, I said 12 and I got Queen of Hearts. Well, they're related. They're Jupiter to one another. The Queen of Hearts is related to the 3 of Hearts, right? But the Three of Hearts is about emotional expression, like expressing yourself, expressing your emotions, living your best life, having fun. You know, it could mean babies, could mean twins. 444, yes, could mean babies, right? It could also mean that there is a third party that you need to be looking at. Like there's a third party that you may be ignoring, you know, that type of thing. So I went over the solar values just so that you can see you can use this to get the card of a number, or you can use this to get the card of a name, or the card of a place, or even the card of your name, right? So the card of my name is a King of Diamonds. I love that. So not only am I a Four Clubs by birth, November 16th makes me a Four Clubs. My name, my birth name makes me a King of Diamonds. And Aquarius Maximus is a Queen of Spades. All money cards. I love it. So, yes. What if your name adds up to 107? You still got to add the 1 plus the 7. So you're going to get 8, right? So the number 8 is going to be an 8 of hearts. Okay. So yes. And subtraction only comes when you got a bunch of letters. Let's say you got a name that you're doing the reverse. You're not taking numbers and putting it in. You're taking letters. Like you see letters, you got a name somewhere and you want to find out the card of that name. So you got an A, which might be, you know, you got a smaller case A, which is going to be a 1, and you got a thing, which is going to be another 1, and you start adding all of those letters up. Those letters could add up to being more than 52. That's when you're going to subtract it. So if you got 222, it's 2, 4, 6. So you're looking at 6. So the card that you're looking at is the 6 of hearts. So I'm going to move away from that because we got other things to cover. And you will have access to this, so you can go back. But this is how you get the card of a name or the card of a number. You don't have to have the birthday. Okay? So let's end that. So we're almost at our 2-hour mark. And at our 2-hour mark, I'm going to take a 5-minute break because I didn't get my water. I didn't load up with my water. I'm going to load up with some water. Somebody says their birthday is November 16th as well. So guess what? I'm your archetype, honey. So you need to be looking to see how you can apply your perspective to life. So if you see something you like about what I'm doing, then you could do it too. So you need to see how you can apply that. Some people, they ask me, you know, why am I always doing celebrities? Well, celebrities have signed up to have a visible life so that you can learn, right? They signed a contract before they came here to get all that damn money, right? You get that money, you're going to have to give up your life. You know what I mean? You're going to have to open up your life so other people can learn from you, right? So if you got your favorite celebrity, not even your favorite, I wouldn't just look at my favorite. I would look at people I don't like too, you know, but they represent your potential. So if you're a 9 of diamonds, you got Kanye, you got 50 Cent, you got Barack Obama, you got Megan, what's her name? Meghan Markle. Oh, well, you know, I forget what her married name is now. You got Meghan Markle, you got what are the 9 of diamonds? You got all of these people who represent potential realities for you. You know what I mean? So they become your template for studying certain things. You don't have to be exactly like them, but they can inspire you because each and every one of them had to go through some hardship to get to where they were. That is the lesson of the 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds don't have it easy. They usually are going to make it somewhere, but they got hardships to getting there. You know what I mean? So 50 Cent got shot up. Kanye had a bad accident and lost his mother. You know, they go through things. So you might be a 9 of diamonds and you're going through things and then thinking that you're not going to make it. Why would you think you're not going to make it? That's a part of your plan. That's a part of your karma. You're going to go through something, but you're going to make it. So that is why I use celebrities, because I can't just pick somebody none of y'all don't know nothing about. That's not going to help you. So, there you go with that. So we're gonna look into the astrology of cardology, and we touched on it a little bit. We already touched on it a little bit when we talked about the placements in the life spread, right? So, but we're gonna open up our little astrology cheat sheet, which some of you may have and some of you may not. And I'm going to share it. I'm going to share my screen with you. Okay, so if you have the astrology cheat sheet, then this is what you're looking at. It starts with this. So you may look at this and be like, what the hell has that got to do with cardology? Everything. And we're going to go into it. So I wish I could open up a side by side with the card spread. But remember, I was just showing you the card spread, right? And let me see. Let's see. I might be able to, because I think I got like 2 windows open here. Oh, no. I can't do that, dear. So, yeah. So what you're looking at is the wheel, the astrological wheel, right? Someone asked me, did I get my water? I'm going to get my water. Okay. It hasn't been 2 hours, y'all.
You want to get the water now,
Yeah,
Aquarius?
let me get my water.
All right. Yeah. So while she get the water, what's going on with y'all? I'll kick it with y'all real quick. What's going on with y'all in the chat? Yeah. It's crazy how fast time go by, y'all. I can't believe it's about to be 3 o'clock already. Like, this is absolutely insane that time goes by that fast. But in the while she was speaking to y'all, I went ahead and sent out the email for the ebooks through Eventbrite. So all of y'all should have gotten an Eventbrite email that has the ebooks that Aquarius shared with us today. Those, I was looking at it behind the scenes just now. Those some good ebooks. So I'm glad that I got that. I can add. I like to print out my ebooks. So, I'm gonna print them out one by one because it's a lot of paper. But I like to print them out. I can't, keep going. I like to, because I put it in my little bookshelf, and I could just, it's just much more convenient for me. So I like to print mine out. But yeah, I see some of y'all in the chat. I don't know why some of you in the chat would spend money just to troll or not to pay attention to what's going on the screen. You know what I'm saying? That's very strange. I guess some people just want to be around people that bad that they'll spend money just to, hey. But yeah, as far as, like I said, for those who came in late, the life charts before the end, most of y'all should have gotten it. For those who haven't gotten it, but before we end, yeah, I'll give out Aquarius Maximus email so you could contact her directly. So it could be a quicker period from the time you get your life report, instead of hitting me up. Then send it to her, then she send it to you. We'll just give out her email at the end so you can contact her directly for the life report. That's for those. I did not receive ebooks. Yeah, I sent it out through Eventbrite, so everybody should have gotten it. This is why I send links like 5 times, because I know a lot of y'all gonna be like, oh, I ain't never get it. Check your promotion folder, your spam folder, but I will send it out several times. See, one person says they received the ebooks, another person says they didn't receive the ebooks. Everybody, I got mine too. Yeah. I they said, Rich, it's probably the energy of the troll's birth card. Oh, you're crazy. Yeah, yeah. So okay. Yeah, I got mine. Good, cool. I find mine in the email. Yeah. Look, you might have to search for your promotion folder and something like that, but it should be there. Like I said, I'll keep sending it out. Like the link for today's class, I sent it out through my email and through Eventbrite just to be on the safe side. So just yeah, just be patient, but it's there. Just Oracle, I just wait for the life report. Yeah. Okay. Oh, here goes Aquarius, you back?
I'm back.
Okay. All right.
I tell
Oh,
you real. Oh,
one more thing before Aquarius gets started again. We're gonna take Q&A toward the end. I notice a lot of you posting questions. It's hard for the speaker. I say this with all my workshops to speak and give their presentation on their masterclass and answer questions at the same time. So they may occasionally answer a question or two, but generally Q&A is for the end, so the speaker could stay in the flow of what they're trying to teach. See, Indigo just said another thing real quick. Indigo just found the email in the promotions folder. This is what I keep telling y'all about. We're sending these out, and sometimes it goes to the promotion, sometimes it goes to spam, junk. They got all types of names where they send these emails, and then we think we're not getting it, but we got it. But it's just the email server that is sending it to this. So okay, yeah. All the links were sent to my trash. Yeah, so just check. I don't want to postpone it anymore. We'll go, just a couple of minutes after 5 to get some Q&A. Aquarius, go ahead.
hey. And by the way, it's funny, y'all urged me to get my water. Well, I have Saturn in Cancer natally, and Saturn in your natal chart is going to show you what's going to kill you. So anything that ever develops with me only happens because I didn't drink enough water. So if you have Saturn in Cancer, remember that. It will lead to every other condition that you have. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you even have diabetes. It happened because you didn't drink enough water. So if you got Saturn in an earth sign, it's because you didn't get enough minerals. You're missing minerals. If you have Saturn in a you got earth, water, air, it's because what is this? Oh, breathing issues. You're not breathing properly. Saturn, so we have in fire is because inflammation, because you're angry. So your anger and your inflammation will cause any other disease in your body if you're if you're a fire sign. Saturn in a fire sign. So yeah. So we're given the blueprint for life. And that's why, study cardology, study astrology, but it's best to study your own before anything else. Someone asked, they missed. I said, if you have Saturn in an element, if you have Saturn in a fire sign, then you are susceptible to getting sick from inflammation because of your anger, your out of control emotions. Saturn in the air sign is because you're not breathing properly. Saturn in the water sign is because you're not drinking enough water, and Saturn in the earth sign is because you're not getting enough minerals. So you got to make sure that you are getting enough minerals if you have Saturn in the earth sign. So you need to make sure you have vitamins, your vitamin levels are in check. So there you go. So someone said that I didn't know you needed to know astrology. You're not going to get really deep in astrology with this, but this is very helpful. That's why I'm bringing it up in this class, because I'm bringing up something that will be very helpful. You don't necessarily need to know astrology, but this is going to be helpful to have this cheat sheet that I gave you, because it's going to give you some little pointers as well. When you're looking at your yearly spread, which we'll go into, you may want to decipher a little bit more what area of life is this going to affect. And a lot of times you can get that by looking at the astrological wheel, because the astrological wheel deals with areas of life. You know what I mean? So for instance, we have the first house here. And if you can't see it, I'll zoom in. The first house, it says, I'm just going to zoom through this. First house is ruled by Aries and Mars, because Mars is the planet that is associated with that, right? So let me see. Do we see the planet? They don't have the planet up here, but that's the one thing missing is the planet. Oh, here's the planet right here. So They have Mars. So Aries, right? And it's a cardinal sign, it's a fire sign. So the first house deals with all of these keywords. These are more keywords for you, right? And then also deals with personality, physical body, environment, and appearance. Now, why is that important? Well, I showed you your life spread, right? So what deals with that? Well, this says Mars. So if you want to know how your Mars card is going to be playing out and what area, then this tells you the first house right there. It tells you your personality, your body, your early environment and appearance is going to be ruled by your Mars card. So look at your Mars card. My Mars card is the 8 of clubs. You know what I mean? So this tells me a lot about my appearance, and all of that other stuff. And one of the things about the 8 of clubs is 8 of clubs tend to be very youthful. Omarion is an 8 of clubs. And he's pretty much looked the same for like the last 10, 20 years. Right? Patti LaBelle, she's like 90 years old, looks like she's like 70 in the face, or 60. I've seen her look like super young, right? Who else is in 8 of clubs? Those are 2 8 of clubs. Oh, Usher. Usher looks like Usher 25 years ago, right? So people are often telling me that I look younger than I am. I'm almost 50 years old. You know what I mean? So the 8 of clubs, I kind of call that the card of the fountain of youth, because the 8 of clubs has an ace of hearts in where's that ace of hearts at with the 8 of clubs, which is like the baby card. And is it Neptune or jeez, I'm sorry, y'all. Even I got to be looking at life spreads sometimes, but it has an ace of hearts. I don't know how I'm forgetting, but it has an ace of hearts. So ace of hearts is a baby. So wherever you got the baby card, if you got a life spread that has the baby card in it, then you have the ability to tap into the fountain of youth. You have the ability to reset your clock back to youth and look like a kid. So I could get real jacked up now. 5 years from now, I could turn the clock back 20 something years and look 20 again, 25 again, if I wanted to. If I worked out, I could get the body of a younger person again. So that's the beautiful thing about the 8 of clubs, in terms of aging. Now, you got the second house, which is the house of money, possessions, earning ability, self-esteem. It's ruled by Taurus and Venus. So what card is this? This is your Venus card. So your Venus card is dealing with second house things, right? So one of the beautiful things about going over this wheel and knowing this wheel is that sometimes y'all like to watch astrology, right? Some of y'all like to go on YouTube and they're talking about transits, right? And one transit right now that everyone's talking about, of course, is Mercury retrograde, right? Mercury retrograde, that deals with Mercury. So the first thing that you want to know is, what is your Mercury card? My Mercury card is the 2 of diamonds. Remember, I told y'all your 13 cards. I showed you it's on my website. You could go to my website right on the landing page of AquariusMaximus.com, scroll down, put your birthday in, and it's going to give you your 13 cards. So look at your Mercury card. Don't crash my website. I don't know if it's going to go down, but look at your Mercury card. Mine is the 2 of diamonds. So each and every Mercury retrograde, I don't care what it is, that is the card that gets activated for me, right? And the 2 of diamonds deals with partnerships and relationships. So, oh my God, all my relationships start in Mercury retrograde. They tell you don't do that, but I can't help it, because that's where my main relationship card is, right? So yes, Mercury retrograde love is off the chain for me. Like, they come busting through the door. I got the 2 of diamonds there, right? From the past, from the future, new people, all of that. They all come during Mercury retrograde, lining up at my door. Not only relationships, but partnerships. come to me during Mercury retrograde, right? And clients, customers, I get more customers during a Mercury retrograde than ever. So that's why I tell people, don't listen to people when they tell you don't do no business during Mercury retrograde. Are you kidding? You're leaving money on the table. You know, you may be leaving money on the table, right? For me, I'm definitely leaving money on the table because that's my Mercury card. That's when I'm going to do, that's when I'm going to have my best. So my best money is going to be made during Mercury season from Mercury people and during Mercury retrograde because I have a 2 of diamonds there. 2 of diamonds is literally like a billionaire card. 2 of diamonds and the 2 of hearts, billionaire card, right? So that basically says if I'm going to be a billionaire, I need to be sticking to the Mercury stuff, right? The Mercury people, the Virgos, Brother Rich, the Virgos, the Geminis. These are people who I can make money with, right? So that's my Mercury card. Now, that's not everybody's Mercury card. That is the 4 of clubs Mercury card, right? But let's say one year you are a 4 of clubs. And I'm going to tell you, you all got a 4 of clubs right now because you're taking my class. You cannot be here if you didn't have a 4 of clubs somewhere in your cards this year, in your hand. So you're holding me in your hand, right? So that means that Mercury might be very advantageous for you financially as well. Okay. So I have a 2 of diamonds there. So my 2 of diamonds gets activated during Mercury retrograde. Guess what? Guess what the card of this Mercury retrograde is? 2 of diamonds. Oh, hell. That's it. That's all she wrote. So this particular Mercury retrograde, I should make more money than I've made in years. And I got a lot of things coming down the line. I'm starting a bank and all of that other stuff, which is the banker, wheeler dealer, money. All of that stuff is happening during this period for me. I'm pitching for money. I'm going for capital. I'm going for millions, all of that. So that tells me what? Go hard, go hard, go hard. I got the blueprint. My blueprint is telling me what to look for. So my own natal spread is saying, look for the 2 of diamonds. Look for 2 of diamonds to get into partnerships with. Look for 2 of diamonds to do business with. Do business on the 2 of diamonds day. When the 2 of diamonds comes up, this is something really special for you. Go for it. Go hard. Go hard. Look for Virgos. Look for Geminis. Those are people who you can make money with. So someone's asking me how I'm determining that. I'm determining that from my own spread. I'm going to share it with you. Now, your life spread is going to be different, but I'm going to go over real quick how you can get your life spread really easy and free, and how to find your Mercury card. Okay. Real easy. Okay, so remember, this is the spread of today. Says today's hand. That's not what I'm talking about. So I'm going to scroll down and, oh, wow. I moved that from, oh, here it is right here. My bad. So you go to find your life spread right on the homepage of AquariusMaximus.com. Find your home thing. I'm going to put my birthday, 11/16/1974. You don't even really need the year, but it asks for the year. And click submit. Boom. This is my life spread. Mine is not going to be like yours. Yours is going to be different. So you're going to put your birth date in there and boom, you got your life spread. Now, what I want you to do, this is an exercise for you, is I want you to find your Mercury card. It says Mercury card, right? So mine is the 2 of diamonds. So that is the card that gets activated every single time someone says Mercury retrograde, right? So You could have, let me pick another birthday up here. Let's pick another birthday. Let's put 10 6 1974. Boom. See, look, a 3 of diamonds, right? So their Mercury card is an ace of spades. So every single Mercury retrograde, they become an ace of spades, right? So that means that they're going to maybe going through some type of transformation. They're going to get aggressive about themselves and their own causes and them. Guess who's a 3 of diamonds? Donald Trump. What are they doing now? They're going for him right now, right? But he's also like, I'm an ace of spades. I'm gonna start spilling secrets. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start telling it all or whatever, and I'm gonna be worried about me. That's the ace of spades. At the end of the day, an ace of spades is gonna hold themselves. That's Lori Harvey. She's an ace of spades. She like, I don't care what he want. I don't want to get married right now. That's an ace of spades. If you got an ace of spades, you're not gonna care what other people want. It's what you want. You know what I mean? So someone asked, where's the Ace of Spades info? I gave you a book called Sacred Symbols of the Ancients. That book breaks down every card. Now, not as all the way in depth as myself, but it does break down the cards. And I also have a book coming out that breaks down the cards, and it's on pre-order right now. But because I do things like this, I teach all the time. I don't be on my book game, but I am on my book game now. So Mercury retrograde gets activated for you. So if you're a 3 of diamonds, you may hear about a lot of, your life is going to just be about transformations right now during the retrograde. You might even see something happen to somebody during a retrograde when you're a 3 of diamonds because of that ace of spades, right? Literally, you might be driving and all of a sudden you see a wreck, right? And in that wreck, somebody is probably not here anymore because of that ace of spades. But they deal with death all the time. 3 of diamonds ain't no thing but a chicken wing when you're 3 of diamonds. You deal with transformation energy. So your Mercury card gets evoked during Mercury retrograde every time. So that's why some people have bad Mercury retrogrades, and then some people have wonderful Mercury retrogrades. But you could, even if Mercury retrograde is typically challenging for you, it could potentially be good if you know what your card is and you know how to play it. That's how you turn bad instances into good, because now you know how to play your hand. You know how you first start playing spades and you may not know how to play spades, and then the next thing you know, you play, and you get better. Well, that's what cardology is. Cardology is there to help you get better at playing the game of life. Period. So we talked about that. And that's why I said that it's also important to get to know the astrological wheel, right? Because Mercury also rules an area of your life. It rules the houses that are ruled by Mercury. So the houses that are ruled by Mercury in astrology are the 3rd house, right? And the 6th house. The 3rd house is ruled by Gemini, and the 6th house is ruled by Virgo. And the 6th house happens to not only be your house of health, but it's your house of work, like your day-to-day routine. And it's your house of service. It's your house of humility, right? It's your humble house. It's, but it depends on what card you have there. Like, for instance, in astrology, my powerful placements, I have powerful, that my humble house or Virgo rules my house of partnerships. So look, I have a 2 of diamonds. Oh, I'm not even on my spread. But it's interesting because your natal chart is going to be exactly the same as your cardology. I'm telling you this. So if any of you do astrology, you're going to find that your natal chart is going to be reflective of your cardology chart. So real quick, and I'm not going to get too deep into it because I know some people don't know astrology, but I have a 10 of diamonds in Neptune for life. In cardology, the 10 of diamonds is ruled by Jupiter. And we're going to see this because I'm going to teach you the grand solar spreads. That's going to be the next part of the class. So the 10 of diamonds is ruled by Jupiter, right? Well, in my natal chart, I have Jupiter in Pisces, which is ruled by Neptune. So my Jupiter in Pisces in the 12th house ruled by Neptune is exactly the same as my Neptune card, the 10 of diamonds. Exactly. So your placements in your natal chart are going to be exactly the same. Once you start to learn cardology, you're going to realize that, damn, this is exactly like my natal chart. But what's so dope about it is you don't need your birth time. In astrology, to really have an accurate, and especially with the houses, you need a birth time. In cardology, you don't need a birth time. So that goes to show you that a lot of things that we think is really necessary is not really necessary. There are many ways to skin a cat, right? And one of the wonderful things that I like about cardology is it simplifies the process of skinning a cat. I don't want to have to do too much complicated things. I don't have a lot of time. I had 8 kids I raised. You know what I mean? So I didn't have a lot of time. I still don't have a lot of time. I got 8 businesses now, right? And mind you, yes, your number of businesses will equal your number of kids, could equal your number of kids. So I have damn near 8 businesses now, right? So I don't have a lot of time. So I need simplified stuff, right? So I love astrology, but I'm not sitting here looking at the degree of this and calculating the degree. I'm not doing any of that. I'm going straight to my spread and I could find the same information in less than 5 minutes. So there you go. So the next thing we're going to look at is, and I'm going to tell y'all, like, y'all don't know how much information y'all getting for like, y'all getting a lot of information. So the next thing we're going to look at real quick is we're going to look at love and money cards, because I want to make sure we make it to the grand solar spreads and spend a great deal of time on that, because you're going to be using the grand solar spreads to do readings, and you're going to be using it to find life spreads and all of that. So I want to make sure we get to that. But right now I want to go into the money cards. No, let's go into the money cards, right? And the money cards we're going to look at the diamonds. That's what we're going to look at. And to do that, I'm going to share something else. I'm going to go into my app and share that screen, because we're just looking at cards. And I want to go over the money cards real quick. Oh, wow. I'm already sharing that screen. Am I sharing that screen? Yeah, I am. Okay. Oh, okay. Because I went to the same screen. This is my app, by the way. You can get to it. If you go to app.aquariusmaximus.com, it's going to pull up in your thing like this. So this is my app. And it's a web app because I can update my app in real time. I can add new features. I don't have to update no app store or nothing. Like, you're going to have the newest stuff super fast with my app. So, and I'm constantly upgrading this, right? So when you're in my app and you click on keywords, it has all of the cards. And even when you click on it, it has the birth dates. It has a little bit of the meaning. It has keywords. And I'm always adding new keywords. Okay. So at any rate, let's go to, we're going to do the love cards first. Cause I know it's funny because the ladies like love and the men like money. Sometimes the ladies like both, but we're going to go to the love cards, right? Now there's all different types of love. If you look in your life spread, you're going to have likely one of these hearts. You're not going to not have any hearts in your life spread, or you're not going to not have any diamonds in your life spread. Okay. So you're going to have a heart, and this heart this heart card may tell a story about how you give and receive love. Okay? So the Ace of Hearts is the first one. And this is a rare one. You got to remember, the Ace of Hearts only comes one day out of the year. So that means that this is a very rare card, right? So whatever type of love this is, it don't come along all the time. It don't stay forever. It doesn't come along all the time, right? So this is representative of purity, that pure love, right? So you have that people are saying all different types of things. I gotta not look at the chat because the Ace of Clubs. But this is that pure love, right? This is that beginning, that new beginning. This is a baby. So you know how you feel when you get a baby and the baby is so cute and you want to kiss it and you want to hold it and you want to rock it and you want it all to yourself and you be like, give me this baby, da 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 da. You know, this is literally that kind of love, right? The Ace of Hearts is what it wants and what it desires is to be cared for and provided for and protected. That's what the Ace of Hearts wants, right? Now, aces represent beginnings, but it also represents you. So the biggest love for the Ace of Hearts is actually self-love. Self-love is the biggest love for the Ace of Hearts, right? And the preservation of that for yourself. So this is making sure that you're taken care of. You know, so if you got an Ace of Hearts, like someone says they have an Ace of Hearts in Pluto, that means that you want to be taken care of. You want to be protected and you want to be provided. And especially in stressful times. So when times are super stressed, the first thing you're like, oh my God, who's going to take care of me? Who's going to protect me? Who's going to provide me? Just like a baby, right? And when you got this card, you could literally turn into a baby. Like you literally could become a baby. You could cry. So somewhere in your life, there is something that will make you cry. Now notice that this card has a 9 of hearts in Uranus, right? And that's another heart. So this actually has 2 hearts. It has a 5 of hearts and a 9 of hearts. So when we talk about those 2 hearts, remember this card because this card has other hearts bundled in it. You know what I mean? But this heart is supposed to be concerned with self. It's supposed to be. Because if it doesn't, think of what happens to a baby when a baby is not taken care of. A baby is not protected, right? The baby is in danger. Baby's in danger of all different types of things. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be what do you call it? Just a everything, it's going to cry. It's going to, it's going to be confused. The temperature is going to go up and down and it's going to stop regulating the organs and they could get organ failure. You know what I mean? So this is a card where you can die of organ failure if you are not loved in the way that you're supposed to be loved. So interesting. Right? So this is that beginning. So normally when this card shows up in a reading, right, most people think, oh, wow, a new relationship is coming. Well, it's best for you to know what you want out of that new relationship. You need to decide right away and you need to advocate for yourself what you deserve. Because if you don't, it's going to go bad really, really quickly. It's not going to go right. So that's one thing. So the next type of love you have is the 2 of hearts. This is union, right? But the interesting thing about all 2s, you guys, is all 2s deal with power struggles, right? Somebody wants to control the other person. So on the negative side, this can be a controlling kind of love. Like, I'm going to control you with something. I'm going to control you with sex. I'm going to control you with money. I'm going to control you with whatever, So lots of different factors come in this kind of love. But I'm going to tell you, Two of Hearts doesn't show up all the time. Two of Hearts usually only shows up when there's money around. You know what I mean? So you can look really hard in your spread to see if you got a yearly spread to see if you get a Two of Hearts that often, because you won't. But not unless you're dealing with some big stuff. This is big energy right here. This is big money energy. So people are mistaken with this. They think this is all soulmate, da 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 da. It could be your other half. Yes, it is a mirror. All tools and mirrors, right? But the bad thing about that is if we're not living the life we're supposed to live and we try to attract somebody in our life at that time, then they not living the life they're supposed to be living either. So you got lessons. And then when y'all finally get around to being authentic, then you're not together anymore. That's the situation that happens with twin flames. This is likely a twin flames relationship, which is not what people say they are. Twin flames are a transformational relationship that literally is going to go up in flames. You know what I mean? You may not be with this person forever. So a lot of dynamics comes in this type of love. If you got it in a good position, then it could be really good for you. If you got it in a challenging position, so let's say you got it in Mars, like I believe the Jack of Hearts has it in Mars for life. And that's why I say they're always chasing love, right? And if a Jack of Hearts is not in the place where they need to be, oh, they got it in Venus, right? So they're always chasing love. Somebody has it in Mars. I can't remember who has it in Mars. I think it's somebody has it in Mars, and it's real challenging. But Venus, it could be challenging too, because they're always chasing that, right? But in order for you could get some enjoyment out of it, having in the Two of Hearts and Venus, like the sex could be enjoyable, right? Because the transformation card to this card is the Eight of Spades, and that's the card of orgasms, by the way. So this could be a very exhilarating and sexual relationship. But if it's going to be anything else, that really depends on you and where you are in life. You know what I mean? So this is a business kind of relationship. Like these people are bosses. They like bosses. So for a Jack of Hearts who struggles with businesses because they have a King of Diamonds and Saturn, Jack of Hearts people struggle with business. Like they're supposed to be business people and scaling, but a lot of them will wind up in some menial position in life. So they don't get this kind of person because this person wants a boss. This person is attracted to a boss. This type of love comes to boss people. So this is why people come to me, and when I'm doing readings for them and I'm telling them, and they're like, they want to know about relationship, and I want to know about, okay, are you a boss? Or like, are you making money? Are you doing what you're supposed to be doing? Well, once you start doing what you're supposed to be doing and making that money, then your perfect relationship is going to show up for you too. So that's the Two of Hearts. Three of Hearts. Diversity. This is diverse love. Now, this is the card of twinsies. This is the card of multiples, of twins. It's very Gemini. This is a very Gemini card. Which direction should I go? Should I go this way or should I go that way? Right? But at heart, this card is about being diverse. This is a diverse love. You can't trap this kind of love, right? You can't have a type with this kind of love. You got to be experimental. This is the card of dating, right? So this is out there. This is the card of try before you buy. You know what I mean? So if you got a Three of Hearts, then likely in life, in general, in your spread, then likely the type of person who's best for you is not the type of person that you're used to, or the type of person who comes from the same background, culture, or even race. This would be the card of interracial dating. This is the card of dating, same-sex dating. This is the card of bisexuality sometimes, right? This is because it's really all about trying. It's not about boxing somebody into a label. It's about I can date whoever the hell I want to date. I can be with whoever I want to be with, right? And this card is the heart of the Jack of Diamonds, which is America, which is why so many different lifestyles were born out of America. And this is why the last decade before 2020 was a Three of Hearts decade. From 2010 on was a Three of Hearts decade. And that was the whole decade in which really a lot of attention was placed on gay marriages and all of that, because that all comes out of Three of Hearts. I could be whatever the hell I want to be with. That's what that says. I can love who the hell I want to be loved. I don't care who they are. If they old, they this, they that. I got options. This is the card of I got options. Many options. And this card actually does best in marriage. This card could potentially have the happiest marriage, actually. They can. But when you see this card show up, whether in your yearly or your 7-year, you might be miserable because you keep trying to date the same kind of person. You keep looking for the same kind of person. And the person that's for you is not even in that field. So you'll keep having bad relationships, bad situations because you're stuck. You know, they say stuck on stupid. And you got to open up to the possibility that the person for you is somebody out of your ordinary. So that's the Three of Hearts. Now you got the Four Hearts. This is very traditional. This is that traditional. This is that dating, get seeing each other, build a friendship, courting, and the person proposes and y'all get married and then y'all have a family. Very traditional. It's supposed to be traditional. A lot of times it's not, but it winds up being traditional. And this is the type of love that you need to get the blessing of your ancestors for. You need to have your family blessing for this kind of love. Because if you don't, you'll be miserable. And your family knows, like they know that that's not the right person for you. Like you'll have elders in your family that be like, nope, that's not the right person for you. And you ain't listening. You like, I don't care. I'm gonna try it anyway. But they're like, nope, that ain't them. But this is that type of love. Like this is that you got a duty to be with you. You're continuing the family line. You're continuing the family name. You're building an empire. This is nation building. You will wind up building a very important family that becomes a nation with this card. And even if you wind up being with someone else that looks like of another culture, likely you guys got y'all soul families. You got some kind of connection. Y'all are related in some way. So just because you in under this influence, you get with somebody who's seemingly different, likely they're not. So now, if you got any of these cards that I talked about in Pluto, there's something about that that's challenging. You'll have a hard time with that concept. If you got a Four Hearts in Pluto, you got a hard time with the concept of you need to get your ancestors' approval for your marriage. You need them to co-sign your relationship. You'll have a hard time with that if you got a Four Hearts in Pluto. Because you like, why should I have to do that? I do my own thing. So here's a Five of Hearts. This is that real crazy kind of love, y'all. Crazy. Okay. If you want to know how crazy it is, look at what's his name? Trey Songz. He's a Five of Hearts, right? Funny thing about that is the ultimate for a Five of Hearts is what? Guess what? The orgasm. And they will do anything to get it, right? And he's been accused of rape. So a lot of times on the negative side, the Five of Hearts can be a very rapey card. So if you have a Five of Hearts, or if you are a Five of Hearts, then you may be subjected to that karma in some kind of way, right? So, but the Five of Hearts is free. You know what I mean? I'm free, but I'm going to fight like hell to pursue what I want. I want what I want, what I want. I'm going to fight for it. This is what I want. You know, it could be very flirtatious, a flirt, a this, a that. But the heart of it is, I'm going for what I want. God damn it, if I have to go across the earth, or if I got to go here, if I got to sneak, if I got to whatever, I want what I want. Right? And I'm willing to give up what I got to get what I want. So this type of love, you might be willing to cut the relationship you in right now to go for something else. You know what I mean? So, or, you know, because this could be the card of separation. This is also the card of a bad divorce. If you get a divorce and you have a Five of Hearts, it ain't a pretty one. It's not a pretty one. A Nine of Hearts divorce is better than a Five of Hearts divorce. A Nine of Hearts divorce is like, okay, let's sign a paper, I'm done. Five of Hearts, somebody fighting. Somebody don't want to get divorced. Somebody is mad. And they're going to make your life miserable. So that could be that kind of divorce. So people who have a Five of Hearts, they got to be careful when they get married. You know, just know that ahead of time that you could have a difficult time getting out of that marriage. So, and the side chick, somebody said the side chick. I wouldn't consider that to be the side chick. I would consider it could be, but Three of Hearts could be a side chick. That could be a side chick because you're talking about options. I'm your option. They're my option. You know, so that could be a side chick. So that's the Five of Hearts. But the Five of Hearts is also freedom. This is the nomad. This is travel. So if you have this kind of relationship or this kind of heart, you need someone that you can travel with, someone that you can go on vacation with, someone that, you know, won't mind having a little freedom, won't mind, you know, this could also be some people talk about poly. I would say more Three of Hearts poly, but this is more like swinging, that type of thing. Those types of situations more fall in line with Five of Hearts. Strained situations like domination, you know, BDSM, whatever it is, all of that is under Five of Hearts. As a matter of fact, I knew people who did that for a living, like actually, you know, with people for a living that were Five of Hearts. So that's that. And remember, it has that strong power thing underlining it as well. So Six of Hearts. This is my dad. So, you know, this is called the peacemaker. This type of relationship is karmic. And it usually could indicate that you got somebody very important coming in your life at one point in your life. So if you got a Six of Hearts, there's going to be somebody who comes in your life that is super important. You're going to get married. You're likely going to be married at one point in your life when you got a Six of Hearts, to someone you're destined to be married with, right? Sixes also deal with karma, but they're also like the underdog. So when you got a Six of Hearts in your life, in your spread, you may think, damn, why can't I find the right person for me? Why can't I just get married? What is wrong? Why are my relationships bad? Blah, 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 blah. I'll tell you one thing, patience. This is the type of love that needs patience. You got to have patience with this, right? You can't be trying to jump in because it will suck you into everything. Like it'll make you want to jump head first right in the bed with somebody. Sixes are very sexually intensive, right? So it'll suck you in. It's like a trick. It's like, God, if you wanted us to be patient, why would you make this so horny? It's a very horny card. And it's so bad that even the men will be willing to pay for sex with the Six of Hearts, right? It has a Queen of Diamonds. They will go in their pockets and pay for some with this. But it's very sexually intensive. So you got to fight the urge. You got to be disciplined. That's the Queen of Diamonds. You got to be disciplined with this. If you practice discipline with the Six of Hearts, the right person is right around the corner. But you can wind up getting sucked into karmic relationships with people that delay your potential for being with the right person, if that makes sense. I'm telling you, it'll feel so good. Don't do it. Seven of Hearts. Now, this is the kicker right here. This is the heartbreak. Heartbreak hotel right here. Right? This will definitely break your hearts. But it could be wonderful. You know, it can open you up to loving in ways you've never loved before. You know, all sevens deal with spiritual. This is divine love. So with this card, you want to have a divine love, especially of self, right? You want to have priorities with this. This is the card that can make you rich. So you could either give it away on a bad relationship and be messed up, or you can pursue your destiny, your financial destiny, and then wind up with somebody who is yoked equally with you. But it can be heartbreaking. This is definitely a card that has heartbreak. So when this card shows up, it's asking you to pump the brakes, consider yourself and consider where you at, put down priorities, right? And don't get suckered in by, especially the women, because this has a Jack of Spades transformation. So whomever, this could talk about someone coming in your life that's very charming, really charming, could charm the pants off of you and could be lying about something, and you'll find out. So this is a card that's Saturn to the Queen of Clubs. This is the card that makes so many Queen of Clubs have so many babies. This is definitely the baby making card right here. But the baby making and the baby daddy making, not the husband making card or whatever, you know? And for the men, this card shows up, you know, this could be somebody who you know, you want to exercise your power in a what do you call it, in a responsible way, because you might get a crazy chick with this card. That's the men. You get this card, you might get a chick that's fat shit crazy, and if you fuck her over, she gonna destroy your life. She gonna scrape up your car, she gonna flatten your tires, she gonna do all that shit. You know what I mean? So you got to be careful with this card too. Eight of Hearts. So this card right here, this is the karma card to the Seven of Hearts. So it's very much like the Seven of Hearts. You could get hurt with this card too. But the type of hurt you get with this card is usually you're left with some kind of bodily harm. You know what I mean? So this is the card of healing, but the opposite side of healing is the card of abuse. You know what I mean? So when this card shows up, you could be left with some physical harm. You could be left with a disease. This is the card that'll get you an STD. Not to say that these people have an STD, but it's like too much power on one side, too much control issues, too much this, too much sex, too much everything. It could get you something that you could never get back. So it's like absolute power can corrupt absolutely. You have to be responsible with this power. This is a powerful card. Let me tell you something. If you're in a year where you have this card, like you're displacing this card, you better be having fun responsibly, of course. Because you're going to look like a whole snack on a plate. I don't care what you look like or what you think you look like. When you have this card, you look good to somebody. You feel good to somebody. They're not going to be able to give you up. They're going to swim in it. They're going to fall in it, and they're going to fall in love with it. They're going to be like, I'm not giving this up. They're going to be ready to sneak, everything for this. This is also the card of makeup sex. So this is the card that's responsible for codependent relationships, because it will wash over something. Like something could be so horrible, when this card is there, it'll just melt. You'll forget about it. And then, yeah, you're having sex and you're back together because you had makeup sex. So this card is tricky. This is a card of Beyonce and Jay-Z's relationship. So do you know that your relationship could have a card? How does that happen? By adding two cards together. Add two cards together. There's a tool in the app to do that, and it'll give you the relationship card. And this is Beyonce and Jay-Z's relationship card, which is why they ain't broke up yet. Like they were on the verge of breaking up, but it didn't happen, because that's what the Eight of Hearts will do. The Eight of Hearts will keep you together. It will keep someone with you. It will keep someone attached to you. They wanting that stuff you got. So you got to examine, is it all about sex? You know, you be having these questions. Is it all about sex? Are they just addicted to my energy? Are they addicted to the you know what? Eight of Hearts. Very tricky. Someone says, sound like the good life. Not until when it's miserable. It's miserable when they got a lot of other bad things going on with them and you want to get rid of them, but you just can't because you're addicted. So then we have this other card, the Nine of Hearts. That could be disappointment or fulfillment, right? So this is the type of love where you always thinking about the next best thing. Like you love, okay, I'm okay with this, but could there be something better? You're wishing, you know, this type of love is really the type of love that takes you to the point where, you know what, I need help. I need to get some help. I need therapy. Because I need to learn how to love myself again. Right? I need to learn how to put myself first, because you could get lost with this type of love. You could get lost like a puppy dog behind somebody. And then you feel lost and they get resentful. These people get resentful. So if they're not in the situation that they want to be, if they're not happy within themselves, and if they're not happy in their career, this is going to be bad. They need to be happy in their career. They need to be happy in their purpose. They need to have found their purpose in order to have a happy relationship. So we got this one. We didn't even get to the money cards yet. Woo, time's ticking. We got the Ten of Hearts. This is a one-to-many relationship. This is the popular card for celebrities and people who are popular with people, right? And this sucks with individuals. Sucks. Absolutely sucks. This is not the type of love card that's a one-to-one. This is a one-to-many. You'll have challenges with one-to-one relationships with this. These people will think you are a narcissist. They'll think you're too concerned with yourself. They'll think you are absorbed with yourself. This is Michael Jackson. This is Lil Wayne, Samuel Jackson. You got to be around somebody who's okay with you loving the world, who's okay with you being loved and you being on stage. You really need to be with your biggest fan with this card. Seriously. You need to be with somebody who's your biggest fan, because only your biggest fan is going to understand the bigness that you have and that you are not focused on just them. So this is a big love. You can get a lot of love from a lot of people. I have a Ten of Hearts in Uranus, and a lot of people tend to love me in a big love kind of way, right? But when it comes to individuals, I'm detached. Like, I'm not like clingy to individuals, right? So I'm really detached with individuals. I'm a detached kind of person, right? But when it comes to everybody, come on, let's get a group hug. I love you. I don't even know you and I love you. I love you more than a 10 of hearts can love people, strangers, more than they love people that they know in their family or whatever. So that's that kind of love. So if this shows up in your spread, you need to be thinking about how you can use that love for your bigger benefit. It's big love. Nobody has this much love, and one person does not have this much love for you. It takes the whole world to love you, to fulfill this kind of love. So then we have the Jack of Hearts. We talked about the Jack of Hearts earlier. Remember, we said this is sacrificial. Totally sacrificial. Savior. I'm really concerned with you more than maybe even myself. This is like the opposite. The 10 of Hearts. You know what I mean? I'm so concerned with other stuff, and I might neglect myself a little bit. Right? This is that kind of love. This is that kind of love when you wind up having a daycare with a bunch of kids. This is the daycare card. Like you wind up keeping kids because you rather sacrifice your time for kids because you don't expect anything back from kids. You know that they can't give you back stuff. But if you do this for adults, then you feel stupid. You're like, I feel so stupid. Each and every time I did this for that person, I did this for that person, they did nothing for me. That's the Jack of Hearts, right? So they'll wind up doing it for kids because they're not expecting anything back. But that's how you should be all across the board. If you're doing stuff for people with the Jack of Hearts, you cannot expect anything in return from them. Just like kids. Then you got the Queen of Hearts. This is the mothering love. Right? So this is, I'm going to make sure that you're cared for. I'm going to pay attention to detail with you. Right? So I'm going to make detail. I'm a detail preparations. I'm going to make sure that the house is taken care of, and I'm going to make sure that you got a massage and your bath is drawn, and da 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 da. This is that mothering kind of love. Right? These people can mother. Their way of showing love is to mother you, right? But the thing of the matter is, in the Aquarian age, this one has been suffering because as a woman, if you mother a man that you're dating, he ain't gonna never marry you. And they typically don't, or the marriage could be bad, right? Back in the days, mothering was such an honored thing. But now mothering is not an honored thing as much, right? So the mothering kind of love can be applied to whole groups of people. Now this is like a one-to-many kind of thing rather than a one-to-one. One-to-one, you can mother the world because now you're going to take detail. You're going to pay attention to detail when it comes to your destiny in terms of what you're going to do for the world. But if you mother individuals, you're going to be hurt. You know what I mean? So when you have this card, you're definitely going to want to mother people. You're going to want to feed people for sure. You're going to want to feed people. And I'm going to tell you this, when it doesn't work out for you, it could go the total opposite. Like you could get real just, I don't want to do anything for nobody because they put you in that place. You could get depressed. This card could bring depression on the negative side. So usually when you're dealing with a not so good Queen of Hearts, she's depressed because she's done already been through the mothering phase. She done already mothered somebody or somebody's, and it didn't work out. So that's that. So when a relationship doesn't work out, when you have these cards, you know why. If it doesn't work out and you got a Queen of Hearts, it's because you mothered somebody. So this right here, this is a big one. This is the King of Hearts. This is really the grand love, right? And this is the father, the husband, the person that we all want. But I've used this card to determine why relationships are so bad for us now. Because the King of Hearts, in order for him to love, he got to have money. He has to have money. He's a King of Diamonds in Mercury. If he's broke, he gonna have a bunch of babies. They gonna baby mamas, mad baby mamas, kids resentful. He's mad because he can't support them. That's why he's mad. So then he's caught in this cycle of having sex, sleeping with other people because he's trying to get over the anger that he's got, this resentment and all this other stuff because he simply ain't got no money. So a King of Hearts type of love, you want to make sure you got your money right first, right? Because you can't pour into the people that you want to pour into like you want to because you're limited in what you have, right? And the King of Hearts also very lovable because guess what their transformation card is? The Ace of Hearts. They're a big baby themselves. They're a baby. They want love. Right? They want love. And that's why this is the baby daddy card. A lot of, look, Future, how many kids he got? DMX, how many kids he got? Let's name some other King of Hearts. A lot of other King of Hearts out there. They will typically, the men will have a lot of babies. The women can have babies too. A lot of babies. So a lot of times, a lot of babies are associated with this. But look, it has that 10 of hearts. And remember, I told you, anytime you have a 10 of hearts, that's a one-to-many type of thing. And your one-to-ones don't tend to be as good. Your one-to-many, like the people love you. Like everybody loved DMX, but baby mamas was fighting. Everybody loved Future, but the baby mamas will be fighting and the kids will be fighting or whatever. Because it's a one-to-many. One-to-many, it could be perfect. But one-to-one, it could be really challenging. So this is that kind of big love as well. You better big love your business and career first when you have this card. Because if you ain't got no money or if you're unhappy and someone can't provide for you or you can't provide for them, that'll be the end of your situation. The resentment will be all there. So we went through the love cards, y'all. We had about 4 o'clock. We haven't gone through the money cards, and I know y'all want to go through the money cards, but I do want to get into the grand solar spreads. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about the money cards in general. Going to race through those so that we could get to the grand solar spreads. So the money cards, yes, they're money cards. Everybody has money cards. You either got, and you could have one money card, or you could have two, or you could have a couple. You either have an ace of diamonds, 2 of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, 4 of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, jack of diamonds, queen of diamonds, or king of diamonds. You got a money card. Somebody's like, I know the men is like, you better do the money card for I'll pop something in your window. I would do the money cards. I'll do the money cards. So let's start with the ace of diamonds. Love that card. One of the things you got to realize with the ace of diamonds is it's also an ace of hearts. So the ace of diamonds fights. They struggle with love and money. You know what I mean? They're going to struggle with that. Like they're going to go back and forth. That when you have that card, you're going to be focused about your money, but you also going to be susceptible to love. You know what I mean? So this is Nick Cannon. Somebody brought up Nick Cannon. This is Nick Cannon, right? He's an ace of diamonds. Great manifester, right? And in Nick Cannon's case, he manifested some money, but now he's manifesting babies, right? So you could spit them out, whatever. He has a 5 of hearts in Venus. Remember what I said about the 5 of hearts? What did I say about the 5 of hearts? Is that they be chasing that orgasm, right? And literally it's like chasing creation. It's power. They feel powerful in creating. Right? So in Nick's case, That's what makes him feel powerful. He feels powerful in creating. He felt very weak while he was sick and while he's ill, and how he is overcoming or overcompensating for the fact that he feels weak in his sickness is by feeling powerful in his potency of the orgasm. So just break that down a little bit. So definitely it's an overcompensating thing for him. So at any rate, this type of money is intentional. This is intentional, right? This is being able to take your power and intentionally focus and channel it into things, because this thing right here is really powerful. This type of money is the type of money where you can guarantee that customers are going to come. You can guarantee with this card that you're going to get sales, right? You can guarantee that with this card. But if you want to scale it and you want to make it bigger, you got to channel it. You got to funnel it into something. So with my Ace of Diamonds son, I'm constantly trying to get him to funnel it into some things. Like, I see your potential. You need to funnel it into something. And this card will be about potential. It'll be about potential. What is your great potential? So digging into things like cardology and astrology and the occult will help you cultivate your potential and will help you turn around and funnel this energy into something great in your life that yields lots of money. So you really got to be big on potential, because if not, guess what? You're going to get a job. You're going to work for somebody, and they're going to take your potential and funnel it into their business. And you're going to make them rich. Ace of Diamonds make other people rich all the time. Right? And it's only when they decide to take their energy and funnel it and channel it to intentionally that they can become rich beyond your wildest dreams. So this is not an easy card to have, because to maximize it, you want to have occult information, because you want to have other people who are advising you and telling you, you know what, this is what you should be doing. This is your purpose. This is your thing. And you want to listen to them. You want to listen to them. So that is the beautiful thing about the Ace of Diamonds. Its maximal potential comes in you listening to good advice. Queen of Diamonds and Mercury. You listening to masters telling you, you know what? This is what you should be doing. Funnel your energy into this. Get disciplined, and you will be a billionaire. So that's the Ace of Diamonds. Go to the Two of Diamonds. And we got partnerships. Partner. Sad thing about it is, this is also, I believe, the card for the word love. So again, this is another card that can throw you off your money trail, especially if you're a woman, because you're too focused on chasing the orgasm. This has a Five of Hearts in the Moon position. It could be addictive. You know what I mean? So, but this is a billionaire. This is a potential billionaire. This is a potential anybody that deals with money changing hands. You know what I mean? And this is not money changing hands in the Five of Diamonds where money just like flows out of your hand and goes there. No, this is that solid money that changes hands. This is like, here, let's divide this $6 million. You get 3 and I get 3. It's solid money, right? And this has a 6 of diamonds in Mars. So you got to really be doing what you're supposed to be doing. Like, you got to be destined to do this. You can't be just trying to get money any old kind of way with this. This is not going to work any old kind of way. This is only going to work what's going to work for you. Okay? And it has a 6. So you're dealing with delays. This is slow money. Think about a real partnership involving a lot of money. It involves a lot of paperwork, a lot of signing this, a lot of, you guys, can you hold on 1 second? I told you I was going to be some disruption. I almost had to pop somebody. That is what an 8 of diamonds will do. So, but at any rate, the 8 of diamonds karma card is the queen of spades. They call that the card for child abuse too. So yeah, you will get your butt beat for sure. So the 2 of diamonds is slow money. It could come in quick, like you could hear about it. It's the type of money where you know you're getting this big money coming down the line, but you also know that there are steps to getting it. You know, yeah, I got a belt. There's steps to getting it, right? So that means that, okay, someone tells me they want to invest $1 million in me. You know, you're not getting that $1 million tomorrow, right? You know that, right? No, you got to do this. You got to make contracts. You got to do this. You got to politic. You got to talk. You got to do meetings. When you have this, you might have 10 meetings before you get the money. You know what I mean? So this ain't fast money, but this is big money. So you want to slow yourself down with this energy. You don't want to be needy and just like, oh my God, I need money to pay my bills and do this. No, you don't want that energy here. It doesn't belong here. This is big money. You were not given a 2 of diamonds to not have big money. You were not bestowed with the 2 of diamonds to be dealing with petty dealings. You know what I mean? So you got to be secure. Like you got to work. You might have to, with a 2 of diamonds, you might have to work a job while you're waiting on bigger money. You might. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to sit there and be stressed out waiting on that money, don't be stressed out waiting on that money. Do something else. Do something else in return in whatever. But this money also promises a fair return for work. So you may not have to work a job, write a book, do something, but this promises that the money will be there whatever you put the work and effort to. You definitely have to have faith with this card. And another thing about this card is you got to network. You can't be a lot of times when we have a 2 of diamonds, we don't like crowds. We don't like the people like that. But you got to get out there in the people. You got to put yourself out there with this card. That's how you're going to maximize your money potential. So that's the thing. Another thing too is that the reason why it's slow is because this card has a Jack of Spades. So whenever there's a Jack of Spades, number one, you got to show and prove something. You can't tell somebody your idea with this card. You got to show them. They're not going to sign no checks until they see something. This is the type of energy that you have to have an MVP. You know, you can't just have an idea. You got to have an MVP, a minimally viable product. I don't care if it's not even perfect. You have to have that. So you go to somebody and you be like, can you give me some money for my business? They're not going to give you nothing if they don't see that in something. This is that type of energy. So remember that also when you have a Jack. When you have a Jack in your spread, you're going to have to show and prove. Because people are just not going to trust you. They're not going to just trust your word. Like you got to have a reputation. So that's why these people might get rich a little later because they've already built up things. They built something and people can see their work. Like me, I have a Jack of Spades and Venus. I built a tremendous amount of stuff. And that's the only way that people are going to even invest in me. Without anything, they're not trying to hear shit. I got to say. So that's the 2 of diamonds. And we got the 3 of diamonds. One of the most difficult yet rewarding cards there is. This is definitely a billionaire. This is billionaire energy. This is the hustle. This is the hustler. This is Diddy. Diddy He had a label. He got a liquor line. He had a clothing line. This is where you go when you have a 3 of diamonds. You're going to be doing multiple things, right? And in the beginning, it's going to be tough because you're going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul when you got a 3 of diamonds in the very beginning. You're going to oftentimes start with 0. So, but by the end of the day, you could have more money than you could even imagine. It's imagination money, like creative money. You know what I mean? So it's like, you don't be mad when if your bank account is 0 right now. Get out and do your thing. If you got a 3 of diamonds, you can turn that around. You don't have to be broke. That means you're gonna have to put a little grease in it. You're gonna have to hustle a little bit. You're gonna have to stretch. You're gonna have to get outside of your head, think differently, do different things. All of that. You're going to have to, like I said, rob Peter to pay Paul. You might have just enough money to pay one or the other bill, right? And then when you're a 3 of diamonds, you want to make sure that 1/3 of that money is carved off for you. You want to make sure 1/3 of whatever piece of money you got is to make you happy, or you're going to be miserable giving everybody your money, giving it all away. So if you got $9, you're going to divide it 3, 3, 3. $3 is going to go to my bills. $3 is going to go to back into my business, invested into my products, and $3 is going to go so I can go watch a movie. That's the 3 of diamonds. So you may have to do it over and over again before you know it and you wake up, you'll never have money problems again. But you're going to have money problems in the beginning. You're a hustler. You know what I mean? So you're going to wake up and your bank account says 0 or negative. But by the end of the day, as a 3 of diamonds, your objective is to make sure that that bank account ain't 0. I'm going to hustle. I'm going to do some work. I'm going to do something, and I'm going to put some money in that account. So that is the 3 of diamonds. It's magical too, because you can create money. You can create with the 3 of diamonds. Your money doesn't have to be dollars. Your money could be something else. Like you could create something of value that is valued like money. So that is a very powerful. And with a 3 of diamonds, your knowledge, your occult knowledge, your knowledge of cardology, your knowledge of astrology, your knowledge of these things is a currency. So that's the 3 of diamonds. And we get to the 4 of diamonds. I love the 4 of diamonds. Everybody loves the 4 of diamonds. Everybody loves the 4 of diamonds. And I'll tell you why. The 4 of diamonds is the end of the struggle. Like, ultimately, that's where you're trying to get. You're trying to get to the point where you ain't got to hustle no more. You don't got to struggle no more. Your money problems are gone. The 4 of diamonds, when that shows up in your spread, it symbolizes the end of a financial problem. Maybe all of them. That's what it means. So you should have faith, because when you got a 4 of diamonds, whatever money problem you got, it's going to resolve itself if you put some work to it. Now, don't think you ain't going to put some kind of work, but put some work to it. It's going to resolve itself. So it's going to be a happily ever after when it comes to your money. That's what the 4 of diamonds is. So if you got a financial problem and you like, damn, am I going to be able to do this? It's going to work out. And then you go and you look in your spread and you got a 4 of diamonds. Hell yeah, it's going to work out. You're good. Just keep on working. Keep on doing what you're doing. It's going to work out. The money's going to come from somewhere. That's what that card is saying. Like, the money is going to come from somewhere. And a lot of very wealthy people are born out of this card too, because they found a way to scale it. They was like, you know what? I know when I work, it yields this. I'm going to take it to the next level, and I'm going to replicate what I do, and I'm going to scale what I do so I can take it to this level. That's what they do when they become rich and wealthy. So the 5 of diamonds, love them too. That is the card of roller coaster finances. That is riding the wave of money. That's investing. That's volatility. Volatility is great for a five of diamonds. Bad times is great for a five of diamonds. War is great for a five of diamonds, right? Why? Because those times are so volatile. The money is doing like this, and you dipping in, just scraping all that money. Money's for you to grab. So five of diamonds do very well in real estate. They do very well in investing, stocks, options, all of that. And then when they can take all of that and package it up and teach it to the masses, whoa, that's when they can really do well, right? So five of diamonds is riding the flow of money. Like on when it's first starting out, it's like, damn, you get money and the next thing you know it's gone. Like every little bit of it. Money comes in, money comes out. Money comes in, money comes out. You got to figure out how to ride that wave. You know what I mean? So that when the money is coming out, the money is still following the money that's coming out. Is money coming in as it's coming out? So it's like a wave. It's like it's just a constant wave till it's like one wave, right? And the money is always there. This is the life of money. You are the blood of money. You are connected to money with the five of diamonds spiritually. You know what I mean? Like you are spiritually connected to money. You are the essential part of money when it comes to karma. So when it comes to karma, money is earmarked to go to somebody, but it has to come through you to get there. Because you got people who won't get up off their money. You got people who hoard, who sit on their money and they won't let up off the money. But you are the one that extracts that money and makes sure that that money goes to the people, to the karmic people it's supposed to go to. So ultimately, you could be like a philanthropist because you're making sure that the poor people who did all that work, they're getting paid. You're making sure that they get their money. And because you're making sure that they're getting their money, the spirit and the ancestors, all of that, they making sure that you're taken care of because you're making sure that the money stays flowing. You know what I mean? So you're very important to Earth. Earth is a five. We do all things five here. So you're one of the most important when it comes to keeping the balance of Earth. Making sure that the poor don't stay poor and the rich don't stay rich and the poor stay poor and it stay in balance. You are making sure that that gets remedied. Without you, we would have no middle ground. And because of that, you're rewarded for it. You're rewarded for just being you. So, six of diamonds. You're here to collect. So when the six of diamonds shows up, it's time to collect. It's either time to pay or it's time to collect. And if you can see that a six of diamonds is coming up in your spread, you want to make sure that you got all your debts paid, or you at least intending on paying your debts so that the money could come in to pay your debts. Because once your debts are paid off, this is all about collecting. This is about collecting. And I'm not just talking about collecting what you have made. This is also about collecting your ancestors' money, your ancestors' money. This is about collecting money that was owed to you from 10 trillion years ago. So the beautiful thing about when you have this card is you could go out and collect some karmic money or karmic resources. You know what I mean? So as a six of diamonds, you should be big on, if like say you're talking about reparations or something, then you need to be the one big on going out collecting that big money because you're going to get it. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm a six of diamonds right now, and I'm collecting karmic money. I'm going out there and collecting karmic money. I'm getting, land. I'm getting investments to go on the land. I want to build a city. I want to do everything that I think that we should be able to do because we're owed that money. So I'm that run me my money type person when it comes to the government or when it comes to America, I'm that person. I'm not going to complain. I'm going to go get the money. And I might do it in silence. Like you might not even know what I'm doing. You know what I mean? So, but that's the six of diamonds because that's a natural accountant. You're going to be dealing with when this shows up, it's going to be about bringing your money back into balance. It's going to be about reconciling your debts. You know what I mean? It's going to be about reconciling your debts. So, if you got a lot of debts out here, then they're all going to come when you got that six of diamonds. But guess what? It also gives you the power to negotiate. So when that shows up, don't run from your debt. Negotiate. Call them and be like, you know what? I can't pay this, but I could give you this. But whatever you want to do, you want to pay it because it pulls a karmic tug on you. You know what I mean? So it prevents you from making new money. It prevents you from bringing in new money. So me as a six of diamonds and having a six of diamonds, if I owe somebody and then I try to do something new, it'll be slow. It just won't work because I got to pay off who I owe first so I can break that karmic bond. And now I could do the new stuff that I want to do and get in new money. But this is also about getting more out of what you have. You got to be grateful for what you got when you got a six of diamonds. You got to make the best out of what you have. If you're grateful, then you'll get more because your perspective will change about things. You know what I mean? So if you got a business, this is really important because this means that you got to take care of your current customers. Let's say you got a business and it doesn't seem to be doing anything or stuck, or you're like, man, I'm not making as much money. What do? Well, you go back and you look at your old customers and you start thinking, well, what can I do for my old customers? You get on the phone and call all your old customers and you might convert 25% of them into paying customers again, or 50% because you went back to deal with them. So this is a powerful card. This is a card that can bring you wealth, even though these people, when a six of diamonds tends to get wealth, they tend to give it away. Most of it. They come to realize that money does not bring happiness, right? So this is a person that would chase the dream, but not chase the money ultimately, right? And then ultimately they can arrive to a place where they never have to pay for anything because they built up so much good karma. You know what I mean? Like they gave, they were good to people, they took care of people, they love people. When you got a six, you got to do that. They did all of those things. So even when they became rich, they never had to spend $1 because no one would take it from them. So this is that type of karmic money. Then you got the seven of diamonds. This is called the millionaire card or the billionaire card because it truly is. It guarantees you can be one of those things if you do one thing. If you're willing to invest in yourself in whatever it is that you're doing. You have to be willing to invest. You can't be cheap. This is like scared money don't make money, right? So when you have this card, things will be expensive. It'll show up. When the seven of diamonds shows up, your bills might be a little bit more expensive. Your clothes cost a little bit more. Of course, you'll probably like designer clothes. You'll want a little bit more, whatever. So you'll be willing to spend a little bit more. But when it comes to your business and when it comes to your purpose or what you're working on, you got to spend money too. So this is like spend money plus work equals wealth. Spend money plus work equals wealth. So whatever it's going to cost you for your business, spend it. I knew a seven of diamonds one day, and I remember she was struggling with investing $3,000 in something she needed for her business. She was supposed to put that money in whatever that is. I don't care what it costs. This is for your business. So put the money in and put the work in and you will be wealthy. But see, some of us know that, I'll put the money in, but I'm not going to do the work. I might get lazy, so I'm not going to get no money. So they know off the bat where they are with that, right? But you take money, you put it with work, and you create something huge, something full of wealth and abundance for yourself. And this is also about self-worth. This type of money, when this card shows up, you're going to be challenged on how valuable you think you are. So if you got a 7 of diamonds one year and you get this big deal that comes your way, right? And they say, well, how much you want? And you only asked for 10,000 when you could have got 50 and 100,000. That's what happens with this card. You got to know your worth. You got to know your value. And yes, with this card comes sacrifices. You're going to have to sacrifice some things. Because when you really get on the grind and you really get in the grind with your work, and you know it's going to bring you a lot of money, you're willing to sacrifice some stuff. You're like, okay, I'm just going to put that to the back burner. I'm going to put this to the back burner. I'm going to put love to the back burner. And I'm going to focus on this, and I'm going to make this money. So, yes. And this could indicate that your salaries, if you work in a career, your salary goes up. You got a higher salary, but your salary is going to depend on you and what you think you're worth. So we got the 7 of diamonds and 8 of diamonds. That's today. This is power play money. This is power. Any 8 deals with victory. That means there's going to be challenges. There's going to be struggles, but you got to go hard or go home. You can't be a wimp with this. You can't be a wimp. That's my mom. That's my grandmother. Both of them were not wimps. I considered myself to be a wimp. So I was like, that's why Spirit paired me up with them two, because it was going to bound and determined that I was not going to be a wimp, especially when it comes to my money. These people are serious about their money. And being serious, dedicated, doing the hard work, all of that is the recipe for that big kind of success. This is another kind of success. This is not only success, but this is like fame. This is being out there in some way, having a light shining on you, that type of thing. So it's not just being successful in a financial way, like a 7 of diamonds. Some people may never know how much money you made, but with the 8 of diamonds, people gonna know. That's boss money. So we got the 9 of diamonds, our favorite. So the 9 of diamonds, I told you, represents the common people. On one side, Black folks, that type. Africans, the African diaspora. Anybody who considers himself from Africa or just on that line, or knows that is the root or whatever. Cancer, very Cancer energy, right? This is Cancer money. So this is viral money, So this is money that could suddenly come in your life and change it, right? But we oftentimes have a hard time being grateful for that kind of money. Think about how we get pandemic money. We got pandemic money and then forgot all about it. How many people was grateful, was not grateful? Think about it as pandemic money. So that's why everybody talked about the PPP and all that. That is definitely 9 of diamonds kind of money. 9 of diamonds kind of money is PPP, the EIDL, all of those things they gave during the pandemic. Things that they give you, money that is gotten because of your struggle or because of something that you have been through. Because you're just whatever, right? Pushing you to the next level because you didn't give up. Money that you're getting because you didn't give up. That's 9 of diamonds money, right? So if you don't give up, that's money. So it's very related to the 4 of diamonds, where I told you it's the end of financial problems. It could be the end of a financial problem. It's supposed to be the graduation, so you never have those financial problems ever again and those worries ever again. You're supposed to come to the point where, you know what? Money is no object. I'm not worried about money anymore. I was worried about money. When you're looking at 9 of diamonds person, this is somebody who at one point was worried about money. Now they're not worried about money. You know what I mean? So look at Kanye. I'm sure when he was pushing through earlier in his life, he worried in certain times about money. Trust me. 50 Cent, he worried about money. But then when it got to that level, because that's the thing with the Nine of Diamonds, is arriving at a level where money worries should go away. Right? And yes, it could be connected. Nine of Diamonds money could be connected to lower energy vibration, lower vibrational energy. It can. It can. It very well can. Because as a culture, we can do a lot of low vibrational things for money, right? Because it's usually associated with the 12th house. And that's poverty. Poverty will make you do some low vibrational stuff, right? So, but this is also graduating out of those levels, becoming an ascended master, so to speak, right? And moving on to bigger and better things, moving on to bigger and better endeavors, right? And leaving all of that low vibrational stuff behind on a bigger scale, right? And this is a philanthropist. So this is a person who is destined to do for others, but you can't do for others until you got your own money. So that must mean that money is coming from somewhere, because you got to be able to get money to be able to be a philanthropist and give money. So this is a very universal kind of money. This is like the universe is my bank account. I can do anything. You don't pay my bills. You don't write my checks. The universe does it. And it's going to make sure that I have what I need and more. This is that kind of money. And this is also generous. It could be generous money, generosity in some way. So we got the 10 of diamonds, right? This is money. This is money that you have earned over many karmic lifetimes, or you've earned from karmic stuff. You don't have to work for it. You don't have to whatever. You just earned it. You just have to be willing to shine your light, because this is that thing, another one of those things where the light is shining on you. You just got to be you to the best of your ability to get this kind of money, right? And because this is karmic money owed to you, this is spiritual money, and you got to have a way to actualize that spiritual money. Like, spiritual money is not going to just fall as dollars on the ground. You got to have a way where that money can flow through. You got to have something, and it's usually something creative. It's like a creative exchange. Like, I'm going to create something out of the blue, and a whole bunch of money is going to flow in it due to me. You know what I mean? So it could be, that's why a lot of entertainers, this is the card of the celebrity, because they made themselves the vehicle in which the money flows through. They made themselves that vehicle which is worth the money, right? And you can do that too. You can make yourself the vehicle that's worth the money. You make yourself irreplaceable in whatever area you do. So think about that. And this could talk about a windfall. So you'll get windfalls when this card shows up. Like, a windfall of money will fall out of the sky somewhere. Some money will show up you wasn't expecting. But you could also wind up having to pay something very expensive too. The price tag of everything goes up with this card. So I could get excited about having a 10 of diamonds, but then when I get my bill, it's like a lot of money. So when you got a 10 of diamonds, it's trying to show you how wealthy you really are. So having a 10 of diamonds and you got a business, you might have to invest in your business, and your investment is high, but the return is higher. If that makes sense. Then you have the Jack of Diamonds. The Jack of Diamonds is money, is a trader, is a merchant, mercantile, what they call it. They travel and make money. They move around and make money. But this is having to use both sides of your brain, jumping back and forth. You can't be all logical and you can't be all creative. You need both. You know what I mean? And this is unique The best money that comes out of the Jack of Diamonds is an invention or technology, something that doesn't exist, and you make it exist. Big money. You know what I mean? And it could be money for, it could be in different things. It could be in fashion. It could be, it's also money where it's money where you want to have a piece of everything. So you could be like an investor, like what do you call it, like a VC or something like that. Like you want to have a piece of everything. Like anything that comes through, you want a piece of it with that Jack of Diamonds. So you could be collecting money from various different areas. You know what I mean? So you see something that's unique and innovative, you should invest in it. If you believe in something, you should put your money where your mouth is. So somebody got this great idea and you're going to attract people like that, then you should put money in it. You know what I mean? You should put money in everybody else's stuff. Angel investor. Absolutely. Right? So that's writing your own check. So now you can sit back and you got money coming from multiple sources because you've invested in these multiple companies. You don't necessarily have to run your own company as a Jack of Diamonds. You could just be an investor in all different types of companies. You could also be the person that sells for somebody else. You could be the front man. This person could be a manufacturer, but they don't know shit about selling. They don't have no audience or clients. And you just come and create a business, a drop shipper. You create a business and you get their stuff and you sell it to other people. That's a Jack of Diamonds. It's good to tap into mentors. Jack of Diamonds have mentors. Jack of Diamonds have people who will work with them because they see that they got money on them. People will look at them like, oh, that person is going to be big one day. That type of thing. Queen of Diamonds. One of the favorite diamonds. One of the favorite diamonds is because they know. This is a knowing kind of money. Like, I know what the next trend is going to be. I know where this money is going to come from. I know. But are you willing to put your money where your mouth is? Are you willing to take a leap of faith and pursue this thing? That's the thing. They could worry. Queen of Diamonds can make you worry because it's not coming fast enough. There's another patience kind of thing there. You know what I mean? So you got to have a lot of patience and trust and faith in yourself because the Queen of Diamonds is connected to money. Higher level of investing. Higher level. They're a higher Five of Diamonds. So they literally could invest in that next big thing and that money come back like, woo. You know what I mean? Like big money. So, but they have to be willing to take a leap of faith in things. The biggest thing is going to take a very hard leap of faith. It's the biggest things, the things that are going to be so big for them could be unbelievable, right? But they got to be consistent. They got to stick it through. And whatever they stick through, it's going to be a winner for them. They have that power to make it successful. So they invest in a company, they got mental powers and spiritual powers to be able to make that thing successful. Last but not least, we got the good old King of Diamonds. This is overall mastery. This is mastery of all of those things I talked about, all of those different kinds of ways of making money. Is how do I take and package this up and let it run an automated machine so I don't have to do any of that stuff. That's the King of Diamonds. How do I scale? Right? I'm going to hire a Two of Diamonds and an Ace of Diamonds. I'm going to make them do it all. I'm not doing nothing. My focus is going to be on retiring. I want an exit strategy. King of Diamonds should be thinking about exit. They should be thinking about what does this look like? How quickly can I build this company and get out of it? How quickly can I build this business and retire? That's real King of Diamonds things. You don't want to be thinking about running this company forever. You don't want to be thinking about doing all the work yourself. You want to be thinking about how can I build this company to be a well-oiled machine so I can walk away from it. That's what you want to be thinking about with the King of Diamonds. That's King of Diamonds business. King of Diamonds money. King of Diamonds money is money that you don't have to, that you build something and it's running itself and it's paying you. That's King of Diamonds. It's constantly paying you. It's paying you. You can count on it like clockwork. That's what you want. So we done went through all the money cards, y'all. But we still haven't gotten to the grand solar spreads. How did y'all like that? Did you get it? Did you like that little money card rundown? Was it good? Can I get a thumbs up? Cool. Cool. So we're going to tap into the grand solar spreads. We're going to take like 5 minutes. So what are we going to do about this grand solar spreads, Rich? We're going to go over a little bit because that's a lot of material there. Is he there? And could you share the link to the app that I put in the chat too? Are you there? You might have had to step away. Told you this got disruptions. So we're gonna look at the grand solar spreads now, y'all. Oh, it is till 6. Is it? Yeah, it is till 6. So we got about an hour. Yeah, I'm thinking 5, y'all. I don't know. I'm so out of it. I love it.
Yeah, I'm here. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I stepped away for a second, but I was listening on my phone. Just stepped away from the mic. All right. So what are you getting ready to do now? You want to
We got the grand solar spreads we're getting ready to do.
Okay. Okay. Well, the time right now is 4:40. About how long do you think you're gonna go into the grand solar spreads?
All the way to the near the end. I know we got some Q&A, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna try to get through it as much as I can. So let me get to sharing that screen. I gave you all the grand solar spreads in the ebook. It looks like that. So I'm gonna get into that. All righty. So this is the grand solar spreads. This is the meat and potatoes of cardology and doing readings, right? Now, what I gave you as well is I'm going to give you these books that actually skip this and give you the yearly spreads just all written out, but this is how you do it manually. So this is really important because some of you got great minds and you're going to take this and make you're going to find all kind of patterns, right? And you're just going to be able to read this in your own way. So supposedly, and I say supposedly because I don't believe that, honestly, but supposedly the grand solar spreads were created by only rich men as a shuffle, right? Like a shuffle that was magnetically laid out, right? And the thing with the grand solar spreads is this particular shuffle is constant. So that means that once we laid out these spreads, these are set spreads that are written in stone now. We're not going to change them, right? And we get they go up to 90 spreads, right? The beautiful thing about, let me zoom it in for some people, but the beautiful thing about the spreads and them being static and consistent is that it's almost scientific because that's what science is about. It's being able to replicate something. So we got the tarot cards where we do like these magnetic shuffles where we just shuffle and we read off of those shuffles, but it's not scientific, it's creative, it's random. Well, not randomized, it's still magnetic, but it's not, we can't go back to a shuffle unless we're doing a video and we're passing that video amongst everybody and we're applying that to everybody. This particular shuffle that's done and recorded, it applies to everybody, right? So we now have a framework for having something consistent, almost like data, right? So we can prove that number one, that the system, it works, right? We can prove that. We have scientific proof. We can also prove that there's some type of pattern to our existence and it's not just random, right? And that's what this does. This proves that there is a pattern to life. Life is, even though it can seem disorderly and out of order, it's not. It's in perfect order, right? And when we learn to look at it like that, then we gain so much power in our living and we relieve ourselves of so much stress because we realize that everything is in order and everything is designed to lead to a certain result. So it starts out, the grand solar spread starts out in order, right? And I'm going to go over what all of these things are as well. I gave you a cheat sheet. So these planetary signs are the astrological symbols for planets. Okay? So on the side, we have an X and Y axis. If you know anything about math, you know, you have grids that have X and Y axis, X and Y axis. So we have a horizontal and then we have a vertical. The horizontal being the stronger of the two, the vertical being the influencer. Okay, the influential thing. So we have the sun, the symbol for the sun here, and I'm gonna write them real quick. I know. Where is my annotation tools? Oh, there we go. Okay. It's not annotating. Hold on, y'all. Let me see. My annotation tools are not working. Oh, okay. Hold on, y'all. Let me. Oh, maybe it's that. No, it's not that. It's supposed to be. I'm trying to see why. See, I haven't used this for annotation. Normally I use Zoom. Okay, so since it's not wanting to annotate, this is the sun. This is symbol for the sun. If you open up that astrology cheat sheet, it has these astrological, what they call glyphs, right? So this round one right here, this is the sun. And this is what's called the sun row. So this whole row, I hate when it does that. See, now it's wanting to select. Hold on one second. Hold on, y'all. There we go. So that's the sun. This is Mercury. Then we got Venus. We got Mars. We got Jupiter. We got Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. That's all of those that what it goes. And all the way across, each one of these planets rules this horizontal axis. So this sun up here rules this line all the way straight across the Jack, Queen, and the King, right? This Mercury rules all the way across everything from the Ace of Hearts to the Seven of Hearts. Venus rules from this Eight of Hearts all the way to the Ace of Clubs. Mars rules from the Two of Clubs all the way to the Eight of Clubs. Jupiter rules from the Nine of Clubs to the Two of Diamonds. Saturn rules from the Three of Diamonds to the Nine of Diamonds. Uranus rules from the 10 of Diamonds to the 3 of Spades. And Neptune rules from the 4 of Spades to the 10 of Spades. And this is what's called the pure spread. So this, if you laid out the cards in order, this is how it would be. So this represents life in its purity. So like when you're in the womb, right? This, we like to say that this represents being in the womb because this is before the baby comes out and there's chaos, right? So this is positive energy, I guess you could say, because it's pure energy. So it's like going, when someone tells you to go with the flow, this is what you're going with. Okay. So, and down here, these are the horizontal ones as well. It's the same ones. This is Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Up here, you have Pluto, right? And you have what's called trans Pluto, and this is known as Vulcan. Okay. So Vulcan is Vulcan in ancient astrology is said to have been the original ruler of Virgo, right? So if you want to know what Vulcan was like, think of Dr. Spock. It's a true story, right? Dr. Spock was what? He was very logical, right? So Vulcan is said to be dealing with the logical sense of people, like very logical, ruling that higher logic, right? And the line is this line, right? It's very Saturn too, because if you look down here at the bottom, you also got a cross of Saturn. So it's very Saturn energy, because logical energy is very black and white, right? Whatever doesn't fall in logic, it's like you throw it away. When you say something is not logical, I'm throwing that shit right away. It's not logical. I'm just throwing it out. It's very black and white. It's very Saturn, right? So you got that. And then you got Pluto. Look at all the cards that are down the Pluto line, influenced by Mars, right? So this is these cards all the way up this line. They got a very Martian energy, right? In this line, and also Pluto here. So this is known as the Pluto spot, and this is the Vulcan spot. This king does not move. All these cards are going to move. Most of these cards are going to move. Remember earlier on, I said that there's 7 cards that don't really move, but there are 45 cards that do. All of these cards are going to move, and we're going to talk about that. But this card right here does not move. King of Spades does not move. That's why under it, it still has its cards. The cards that don't move, which is, let me see if I can click off of these. Hold on, let me click off this thing so you don't get confused, right? I'm going to show you which cards don't move. This is a game, so pay attention. It's like getting the rules of a game. You know, when you first start playing a card game and somebody tells you the rules, well, I can't click off. But this is right here below, you got 2 kings of spades. It's the same card because this owns this spot. This is its spot and it does not move. Same thing with the 8 of clubs. I told y'all that earlier. The 8 of clubs is another fixed card. This is this spot and it does not move. It owns Mars, Neptune. It owns this spot. Jack of hearts, same thing. This is called the Jesus card. And the funny thing is, it sits at a cross in the spread. This is the Jesus cross. I wish I could daggone annotate this like I want to. I think I can. But check this out, y'all. So I'm going to show you this. This is why it's just, oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, goodness. I done turned it around. Hey, shit. How did I do that? Hold on 1 second, y'all. Hold on. We got a little out of order here. Dang, and it's still flipped around. Did I flip it around? Okay, let me do this. Hold on. Let me read down. Look like I flipped it around on all the way around and did some weird stuff. I'm so used to annotating it with Zoom that this thing right here is just jacking me up. Hold on. So let me do this. I think that I'm going to share this. I'm gonna take it out of there and share it in the here. Sorry, y'all. Chrome tab. There we go. I'm gonna share it in the browser. So here it is right here. And I think I might be able to annotate it here better. So I was here. So I said that the king of spades right here. And let me see if it'll let me annotate it here. I don't know how to annotate in the browser. There we go. Annotations are where? Um uh, okay, maybe I'll do it like this. All right. So let's do it like this. Okay. So this right here is fixed. Oh, you're not seeing the right browser. Hold on. I got it, y'all. I got it. I got it. Window. And we are looking for, Chrome tab. Could be spreads and then annotate. Okay. So there we go. So this one here does not move, right? This one here does not move. And what I mean by that is we're going to look at all the other spreads. We're going to look at other spreads and you're going to find that these cards are going to move around. They move around every age. Okay? So, but there are cards that don't move around. So these are 3 cards that don't move around. The King of Spades, the 8 of Clubs, and the Jack of Hearts. I said earlier in the class that these people come with their own perspective. Like it's their perspective, and other people need to learn from that perspective that they have programmed in them. So they're not going to, that can't change. They need that. That's a gift that they bring, right? So if you notice, I also said that the Jack of Hearts is the Jesus card. Well, look at where it sits on the spread. It actually literally sits like on the cross, right in the middle of the cross, the same type of quote unquote Jesus cross. That's where the Jack of Hearts sits because it puts itself on the cross, right? That's what being sacrificial means. It means that you're willing to put yourself up on the cross, right? So you are like Jesus. So someone said we need a group. Maybe we can all link up. I do have a Discord. But so you all crisscross like this, right? I mean the Jack of Hearts crisscrosses. So these are 3 cards that don't move. Now you also have 4 cards that move only a little bit. They only trade places with specific cards. They snooty, right? And let me take off all these annotations and I'll show you which ones those are. So the ones that move only a little bit, notice that they have 2 other cards down at the bottom. So 2 of the same other card, right? So the 2 of Hearts has the Ace of Clubs. And if you go to the Ace of Clubs, it has the 2 of Hearts. That's because these only trade places with one another. That's the only card that the 2 of Hearts changes places with is the Ace of Clubs. And the only card that the Ace of Clubs changes with is the 2 of Hearts. So same thing with the 7 of Diamonds. 7 of Diamonds has the 9 of Hearts on the bottom. Well, the only card that it changes places with is the 9 of Hearts. So these are called semi-fixed cards. So every other year they trade places. So one year, age 40, it may be like this. The next year they're going to flip, right? So if you're an Ace of Clubs, then the next year, literally, you're going to be what? A 2 of Hearts. So one year you might be really concerned about your knowledge and your pursuit of this, and the other one you want love. And with the 7 of Diamonds, one year you might be really concerned about wealth and money and acquisition, and the next year you lonely, you want love too. So these cards flip. Now I'm going to go to the next spread, which is going to totally change this paradigm, and it is called the life spread. And we're not going to go too much into the spirit spread, but we're going to focus more on the life spread. The spirit spread is a whole class in and of itself. So here we go. So now we go to the life spread. So remember how I told you to go on my website, put your birthday, and it gives you your life spread? Well, it comes from here. And I'm going to show you how you get the life spread from here. This is the spread that comes from. The reason that I have it that way on my website is just to give it to you in an easy, simplified way. But this is where it really comes from. Okay, so I'm going to show you that, how you get your life spread from here. So let's do this visible part. Okay. So let's say, first of all, I want to show you how this is read. This is read from right to left. Okay. So all of these are read from right to left. The direction this is read is from right to left. Okay. And then you drop down to the next row and you start again from right to left. You get all the way down at the bottom, right to left, and then you go back to the top, right to left. So this is the way that it's read. Now, let's say you are a queen of clubs, right? So the queen of clubs is located here. Find the queen of clubs. So in order to get the queen of clubs life spread, remember I said it's going to be a total of 13 cards. We're going to count. Someone said you can't see what I'm sharing. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. Let's see what we're sharing. So I might have to go back over. Okay. Okay. So I said that this is read from right to left. So you see the arrow starts over here and it goes to the left. All of these rows are read from right to left. And they go all the way down and then you come back to the top and you start from right to left again. Is that still not sharing? Really? Oh, wow. That's weird. Because it says I'm sharing. Okay, let's see something here. You got to add me. Somehow I'm not here. There we go. Okay.
All right. Share now.
Thank you. And
good now.
Okay. And now I'm sharing the wrong screen. Hold on. Let me share the right screen. Okay. There we go. See. There we go. Okay. Here we go. So this is from right to left, right to left. I got the arrows. So you read each line from right to left. I'll draw it again. Right? You start from right and you go to left. And then you drop down all the way to the bottom and then you go back up to the top. That's how this is read, first and foremost, right to left. So I said that we're going to try to find and identify the spread of the queen of clubs. So the first thing that we got to do is find the queen of clubs. The queen of clubs is right here, right? So now we got to look for the other 12 cards that go with this card. And it's not hard. So just follow me. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to start at the queen of clubs and we're going to count 13. Remember, starting from right to left. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to drop down again. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Then we're going to drop down again and we're going to get 13. So now we have, I'm covering that so you might not be able to see it. So now we have the 13 cards of the life spread for the queen of clubs. The queen of clubs, and I'm going to go over each one of them. So The Queen of Clubs has a 10 of Spades and Mercury. This is the Mercury card. It has a 5 of Clubs in Venus. It has a 3 of Diamonds in Mars. It has an Ace of Spades in Jupiter. And then it has a 7 of Hearts in Saturn. It has a 7 of Diamonds. Oops. It has a 7 of Diamonds in Uranus. It has a 5 of Spades in Neptune, and it has a Jack of Hearts in Pluto. Remember I said how the Queen of Clubs is sacrificial and will make sacrifices for the person they having sex with? Set Jack of Hearts. And then it has a 9 of Clubs reward or result, and it has a 9 of Spades cosmic lesson, and it has a 2 of Hearts moon, and then it has a King of Hearts transformation card. Okay, so I'm going to show you how this is another way. So this is the original way you would read a life spread. Everybody's life spread is up here. If you're a 3 of Clubs, you would have started with the 3 of Clubs and then counted over and then drop down, count it over till you got 13 cards. So anybody, if you wanted to find anybody's life spread, you don't need software. All you need to do is know what their card is. Remember what day they were born. So if they were born on January 2nd, they're a Queen of Spades. So you would have to find the Queen of Spades, right? So we're going to do it for the Queen of Spades real quick. And we'll do it for the Queen of Spades. I'm going to do this all over again. Okay? So we're going to erase. Let's see if I can erase that. No, I can't erase that. So we're going to go here. Here's the Queen of Spades. I just found it, right? So you're a Queen of Spades. You're born January 2nd. Here's your card. You're sitting down here in the life spread. So now I'm going to count 13, a total of 13 cards, including the Queen of Spades. So I'm going to go, this is 2, this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, drop down, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, right? So now I have the whole life spread of the Queen of Spades. Because it's read from right to left, it's the Queen of Spades. Then they have a Jack of Clubs in Mercury. They have a 9 of Diamonds in Venus. They have a 7 of Spades in Mars. They have a 2 of Clubs in Jupiter. They have a King of Clubs in Saturn. They got a Jack of Diamonds Uranus. And they got a 4 of Hearts in Neptune. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. So 4 Hearts in Neptune. Then they got a 4 Diamonds in Pluto. They got a 2 of Diamonds reward, a 8 of Hearts cosmic lesson, and a 6 of Clubs moon. They have a 6 of Clubs moon, and their transformation card is the 6 of Spades. So is everybody following that? What if you're one of the cards at the top? So we'll do that. Let's go to that real quick. Hold on. Okay. I can just delete them. We're going to go at the top. So let's say you're an 8 of diamonds. Let's say you're a 10 of clubs. Or let's do an 8 of diamonds. That'll be even harder. And you'll get it. Okay, so let's say you're 8 of diamonds. So we'll go here. Remember, it's read from right to left. So we start at the 8 of diamonds and we go to the King of Spades. That's the first 2 cards. Remember, we need a total of 13. So then we drop down, because remember, it's always drop down. So we got 1, 2, and then we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. We drop down again. We got 10, 11, 12, 13. So the transformation card is the Jack of Hearts. Remember earlier I was talking about Farrakhan and TD Jakes. And I said that their transformation card is the Jesus card, the Jack of Hearts, the evangelist. And that's why they like to do so much evangelizing. Well, this is their transformation card. So this is where you get it from, right? Now, the beautiful thing about how do you determine what birth card to start with? Well, you go to the calendar. You got to go to the Cardology calendar and find out what your card is, or what whoever card is. You look on the calendar. It's a calendar of 365 days, and it shows you cards on every one of them. There's one on my website. There's going to be one at the beginning of this video, and there's one in the books that I gave you. So the ebooks that we got. We talked about it earlier. Okay. So, but the beautiful thing about looking at it this way, I'm going to go back and I'm going to show it to you on my website, right? And I'm going to show it to you on my website. So hold on a second. So, because I want you to see it both ways. So that way you, I want you to see it both ways. So that way you understand that it's the same thing. Okay. So can you pop me back up here? You might want to just keep that like that layout with me, Rich, so that way when I put it up here, it'll show. Yeah. So when you scroll down, remember this is today's hand. So I looked at the 8 of diamonds. This is the same thing. Look, 8 of diamonds, king of spades, all the way to the jack of hearts. That's the same thing I just showed you. It's just reversed. We lay it out this way so it's a little bit easier to read like this, right? But really, it's supposed to be read in reverse. It's supposed to be read from right to left, and you should read it on the grand solar spreads. I'm going to tell you why it's so important that you use the grand solar spreads. You're going to get more information from the grand solar spreads, and I'm going to show you how, right? So I'm back to sharing the grand solar spreads. Okay, so see it here. Why we like to read it here is because it shows you the astral. Not only does it show you the placements of each individual card, it shows you the there's an astrological pattern to these cards. So for instance, the first 2 cards in the 8 of diamonds spread sit at what's called the sun line. This sits on the crown. So if you got something that sits on the crown, that is something that could potentially be famous. You know what I mean? So I talked about the 8 of diamonds. I talked about TD Jakes and Farrakhan being famous about the things that they say. And they're on the sun line, and their Mercury is up there too. So their sun card is the sun card. Like this is the sun of all suns. You know what I mean? So their sun card is up here. This is the sun spot. This is what's called the sun position because it sits at the very top. It shines like it sits at the very top of all of this. This is the big dog spot right here. Even though the king of spades is a big dog, this is like a big dog, and I'm sitting on the side observing. The the 8 of diamonds is like I'm controlling the crowd. You know what I mean? I'm controlling the people. So there's another card up here, right? Which is the 10 of clubs, which is also on the sun line, what we call this is the Pluto spot. But I call this because this is the spot naturally where the jack of spades sits in the pure spread. This is like the princess, the 10 of clubs. So the 10 of clubs is a royal card. This is royal, right? But it's sitting in Pluto, so that can change. These people can fall, they can come back. You can fall out the sun a little bit, but you're really going to always stay in the sun. But the 10 of clubs, these people, they can fall out of grace and they can come back. Wendy Williams is a 10 of clubs, right? So what's happening with her right now? She's kind of falling out, right? Somebody knocked her out of her spot and they're attempting to replace her. So this is a replaceable spot. The 8 of diamonds is a replaceable spot too, but these people gonna fight. You know what I mean? You're not going to replace the 8 of diamonds without a fight, right? But the 10 of clubs, they can be replaced, right? They can fall out. They have to want to fight. They have to have the desire to fight. And sometimes they don't. or sometimes there's circumstances that prevent them from doing it, like their health. Pluto. They could be undergoing a transformation, and usually they do. A 10 of clubs is going to go through some type of transformation, major transformation in their life. Okay? So another thing that's really key is look at the second row of cards. So the second row sits in Mercury. And this is where your cheat sheet is going to come in handy, because Mercury deals with, first of all, it deals with third and sixth house things. Sixth house, right? In astrology, because remember I said earlier, if you missed it, I said that Mercury rules the third and sixth house. And it deals with communications, intellect, deals communications and intellect, right? So even though that this person has that big old king in its own Mercury position, which is right next to it, most of his cards are sitting in the Mercury column. So this is a person that has to communicate to be successful. You know what I mean? So you gotta be involved in some type of communication. You know what I mean? So if you are in the Mercury column, then your life is going to deal with Mercury. Even though it's like these people are very Gemini, almost all of them. So like if you're an ace of spades, three of diamonds, five of clubs, 10 of spades, queen of clubs, ace of clubs, or three of hearts, guess what? You're very Gemini, partially ruled by Mercury. You know what I mean? So, and let me tell you something. If you sit here and try to compare this to other things, you're going to get lost. Don't try. Someone asks, this like the Akashic records? This is cardology. Okay? Remember what I said, Ace of Clubs and Mars. This is cardology. So if you try to compare it to other stuff, you are definitely going to get lost. Because you know why? This precedes a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? This precedes. So this is a lot of information that people don't like. A lot of people don't even know this information yet. But you're learning it. So you got to focus on this if you're going to get it. Okay? Ace of Clubs and Mars. See, my mom is an Eight of Diamonds, so my mom, she kind of comes a little bit more abrasively with it, and she does do cardology on Clubhouse. So a lot of people know my mom from Clubhouse. So she's a cardologist, astrologer too. So at any rate, these people are very mercurial. So that's the Queen of Clubs, the Five of Clubs, and stuff like that. So these are people that are very in their head. They're going to communicate, and their success could come through communication as well. Right? Now, these are the people who are going to gravitate more to the Eight of Diamonds. All of these people, because they sit below the Eight of Diamonds, like right below, right? And they're getting up, and they're in the column where they like to get that communication. Like that's what they like. Right? So these people up here on top, they down here, they feeding it to the masses down below, especially. Okay? And this is where your money can be. Like if you're an Eight of Diamonds, your money can be in any one of these spots. And we'd have to get deeper into going in that, but we got to go a little bit further down. Okay? Because we got to get to the age spreads. We haven't even gotten to the age spreads. So I want to get to that real quick and touch on the age spreads. So let me show you something even more interesting. And everybody's so busy trying to find their card. You know what I mean? But what did I tell you earlier? You're going to encounter all of these cards. You know what I mean? Some of you want to be successful. So if you want to be successful, that means that you want to have that Eight of Diamonds spot. You're going to want to get in that Eight of Diamonds spot. So you want success means Eight of Diamonds. We all want that. So that means that you need to study the Eight of Diamonds in order to be able to get up in that spot, right? So let's go back to this. So we touched on the pure spread and the life spread, right? And now, mind you, I have stuff that goes way more in detail in this, and you're probably gonna want it or whatever. So, we can talk about that later. But you can learn the grand solar spreads over and over and over again. Like, there's always new things that we're learning. But when you go to the next pages, you'll notice that it has ages down here, right? So because it stops at 90 and it repeats, it's going to have another age here. So if you were age 0, which means that the first 12 months of your life, this is the spread that you're on. It's the life spread. So the same spread we just looked at is actually the life spread. So when you're born, the first day looks like this. Your first week looks like this. Your first 7 weeks looks like this. And your first year looks like this. So no wonder babies are crying when they come in. So when they crying, then when they come in, they get exposed to chaos. This is called the chaos, the chaotic spread. So now everything is out of order. Look up here. Everything is in order, and then everything is out of order. Imagine you were living in your house and you fix your house a certain way. You leave your house and you come back, everything's all jacked up. You're mad as hell, right? You're like, what the hell is this? I can't find my thing. This is all over the place. You start screaming and crying. Well, that's a baby. So a baby comes from this, where everything is in order, right? Not this one, I'm sorry. Comes from this, where everything is order, to this, chaos, right? So when a baby is born in this first couple of years, they get exposed to their karma cards, to everything, right? And it's scary. Like, imagine getting exposed to the extremes of yourself, right? And that's exactly what happens when a baby is born. Like, they're getting exposed to extremes of themselves in this first spread, right? So this is age 0. So we got the life spreads here. So if you find your spread, let's say you're a 10 of diamonds, remember, you're going to count over. You're going to start at the 10 of diamonds, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you're going to drop down 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. And you're going to end at the Jack of clubs. So if you're a 10 of diamonds, you're going to end up at the Jack of clubs. And that's going to be your spread. That's your yearly spread for the first year of your life. And that's also your life spread for the rest of your life. So what does that mean? What is the difference between a yearly spread and a life spread? Well, your life spread is going to be the underlying energy that makes your body. It composes who you are. Your yearly spread is going to be that new set of clothes and that new energy you put on every year. That's going to be the persona and perspective that you assume every year. Does that make sense? Somebody says, what does it mean if your placements are the same since birth? Your placements will always be the same since birth. You'll always have your life spread. But in addition to your life spread, you have a yearly spread. You have an age spread. In astrology, we call it your solar return, right? So you have a new spread every year, right? So every year, imagine this, every year you get to do it all over again with a new hand. So there's no reason for you to have some extra long depression that lasts for years and years and years, because every year you get to do it over again. But that's the powerful thing about cardology. You got to know how to play the hand. You know what I mean? So think about it like this. You got your life spread that's sitting with you right now you're playing a game with a card game, right? And you got your life spread sitting with you right there all the time. Then you're dealt a yearly spread, right? And your yearly spread is what you play. You're playing it from the perspective of your life spread. Your life spread is supporting you. Your yearly spread is going to be the spread that you play. Okay, so you hold up in your hands, right? Yes, with the same life spread. Your life spread is who you are. That's your skin. That's your organs. That's your brain. That's all of that. But your yearly spread is this new outfit that you put on to look like somebody else. Okay? So, yes, play the hand that you're dealt. Right. So, if I were to go to age one, right? Let's say you are a queen of clubs and you're here. Well, age one, you move. Now I got to find you. So let me see where you at. You are now up here. At age one, you done moved, right? And you moved to the spot that belongs to the three of hearts. This one right here. You moved to the three of hearts. So what you did was you packed up your stuff and you moved out your house and you moved into the house of the three of hearts. So every year, if you're a king, remember these cards don't move, but the cards around them move. So remember, this has a life spread, the King of Spades. So its yearly spread is going to be different because all the cards around them move. The King of Spades doesn't move, the Eight of Clubs doesn't move, the Jack of Hearts doesn't move, but every other card moves around them. So it's like they stay in their house, but their neighbors change. You know what I mean? So their neighbors change. So the King of Spades and the Eight of Clubs and the Jack of Hearts, they always get to live in the same house, but their neighbors change. Everybody moves out around them. So things are changing around them, but they're still in the same house. You know what I mean? So the Queen of Clubs moved in with a Three of Hearts, right? So what does that mean when you move and you move in a spot that belongs to somebody else? That means that that means that you now take on the personality of the spot you moved in. Okay? So let's say you're 25 years old. You're a 25-year-old Four of Clubs. So look, the ages are down here. It's 15. So let's go to age 25. So here's age 25. So that Queen of Clubs, remember at age one was up here. Let's find where it went to. Now it's here. And now it's sitting in the spot of the Five of Clubs. So it's now a Queen of Clubs, but it's acting like a Five of Clubs. Somebody said gentrification. That's so funny. So it moved to the spot of the Five of Clubs. So now it's acting like a Five of Clubs. So what does that mean when you move to a spot of another card? So likely you're going to be around a lot of Five of Clubs. You're going to be living the life of a Five of Clubs. And you're going to be around a lot of Five of Clubs, right? So because you're impersonating a Five of Clubs, you're living the life. You're going to take on all the karmas of a Five of Clubs. So Five of Clubs are on the go, adventurous, wanderers, all of that. You ain't going to be able to plan shit. You know what I mean? So you get to 25 and you're sitting in the Five of Clubs, all of a sudden your whole life is in an uproar because it's a five now. Everything is changing. You know what I mean? Like you can't even plan time. Like you say you're going to be there at 2:00 and you're there at 5. You know? So everything starts changing for you. So remember what I said earlier is that we think that we never walk in anybody's shoes when we do. We walk in everybody's shoes. We just do it from our own perspective, and we may not realize it, right? So what happens is during that time when you move in another card's house, you could get closer to that person. So that's good if you got a relationship. Let's say you are dating a Five of Clubs, and this particular year, let's say at 24, you're a Queen of Clubs, right? And you're sitting in a Four of Clubs spot, right? And it's talking about a 5 of clubs is coming because it tells you what the next card is coming, right? So it says that, okay, you're sitting in the 4 of clubs, but next year you're going to be sitting in the 5 of clubs. So if a queen of clubs comes to me and says, I just met a 5 of clubs, do you think that we got a chance? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the age. They're 24 years old, and I'm seeing that they're sitting in the 4 of club spot, but they got a 5 of clubs coming. So I was like, okay, looks like so, right? And then they say, well, are they going to be around when I turn 25? Is it going to be a long-term thing? So I go look at 25 and I go look at the queen of clubs, and boom, they're sitting right there with the 5 of clubs. So what does that say? Likely this relationship that you got or just started is going to turn into something. They're going to be there because they're showing up in your next year's spread, right? And this is the thing. I'm approaching it from a people perspective. You don't even have to know what those cards mean. You just need to know all the people you're dealing with. All you need to know is their cards, right? That's all you need to know. You don't even need to know what the hell it means. So if you take in everybody's cards that you're dealing with, you know everybody's birthdays. And let's say you don't even know their birthday. Remember I said, let's say you just know their name or their screen name and you get the card of their name. But you got everybody's birthdays you're dealing with, right? So you go on age 25 and say you're 25 years old. You start marking off all the people, right? So let's say you're a queen of clubs. I'm going to share this with the annotation. So I'm going to switch over again because I'm going to show you something. So I'm gonna show y'all something. And this is a simple way for you to start practicing this when you're at home, when you get off a line, right? So let's start annotating this. Okay? So boom, right? So you're a queen of clubs. Let's say you're a queen of clubs. I'm picking the queen of clubs. That's today's Jupiter. So they're getting picked on, right? So you're a 25-year-old queen of clubs, right? So you find out that your boyfriend is an ace of spades. And you know that your mom is a 7 of spades. And your best friend is a 9 of clubs, right? And your let's say your new job is a 10 of diamonds because you got the card of your job. So now you got all of these in different placements, right? So look, you said your boyfriend is an ace of spades, right? So this particular year, your boyfriend is sitting in the junction of Jupiter and Venus, right? And Jupiter and Venus is nice. That means your boyfriend's trying to give you money. You know, so that means that this year, your boyfriend is going to want to pour into you. Jupiter is generous. Venus is money. So this year, the ace of spades boyfriend is generous and wants to give you money. You know what I mean? So you're like, cool. Okay. So I'm looking at I'm looking ahead. I'm 24. I'm looking at 25. I say, okay, my boyfriend is going to be really generous this year. You know what I mean? So your mom, though, on the other hand, is sitting in Saturn, Uranus. So basically, you know what that means? Excuse my language. Your mom don't want to fuck with you. Basically, your mom is not the one to play with this year. You know what I mean? She do not want to mess with you. Saturn is limitations, right? And Uranus is detachment. It's distance. It could be friendly. There could be friendship there. So it could be some occasional friendly gestures. But Saturn is there. So she only want to be friendly with you if you got your shit together. If you don't got your shit together, she don't want to deal with you at all. You know what I mean? So she's sitting here at Saturn and Uranus. So you like, okay, this is how my mom is going to be. This is not really great, right? And I'll tell you this, Uranus is a higher octave of Mercury. So this could also be like talking about you to a grander scale. So your mom is likely if you ain't got a great relationship with, if you're not doing big things, because Saturn only cares if you're doing big things. Your career is good, you got your house in order, all that other stuff. If you ain't got none of that, your mama gonna be talking a lot of shit about you. You know what I mean? So somebody comes to you and says that, somebody comes to you and they know a piece of your business that you put out there to a couple of people, but you wondering how I got out there. And then you look and you see your mama sitting in the gossip spot and she talking shit about you. You know it's your mom that told them, or whomever is sitting in that spot. They the ones that told your business, you know, and they're not feeling really great about you. They're not feeling really great about you. So now, but if you got all of the yes, if you got all of the good right things going for you, you know what I mean? Like if you established and you're mature and all of that, then she might, you know, be praising you. You know, she doesn't have to necessarily be negative, but you already know where you are in life. Like you know if you're messing up, or you know that you're successful. You know that. You know what I mean? So your job is here. Your job is in Mars, Jupiter, right? So you want to raise, right? Mars is work, Jupiter is generosity. So this is your job. So that means that if you want to raise, if you work your ass off, you're going to get a raise. If you're working and you're there like every day and you're diligently, and it shows. Number one, it has to be showy. Jupiter is showy, right? So it shows. So you're working your behind off and it shows, and that's your job. Yeah, you better go to your job and get a raise. You better tell them you want more money. Absolutely. They might just offer it to you. So that's one of the beautiful things about being able to read on these spreads, y'all. Like, seriously, this is one of the beautiful things. You can go onto different ages. And I'm going to tell you something else, too, that's really, really, really interesting as well, is that my son is a king of clubs, y'all. And remember I told you I was going to get disrupted. So I had to call my son an Uber to practice. And king of clubs get what they want as long as they are, you know, doing what they're supposed to be doing. They typically get what they want. So I am, yes, please do that. Send me that. Okay. So I'm calling my son an Uber to practice. I'm so sorry. That's the queen of clubs thing. Got to make sacrifices for your kids. And I'm pretty sure that some of you have had to. I did. I got it. You got the address. Okay. If you got kids, you know what I mean. You probably had to stop
And
for a second.
yeah, and while Aquarius Maximus takes care of that, just want to let y'all know I sent out the email for the ebooks. Maybe some people came in late or they registered late. I'm gonna send it out again in about 1 minute. I'm gonna go to the Eventbrite page, just send it out again. Besides that, like we said, the life reports are coming. Be patient with that. I think, like I said, I think what I'm gonna do is we'll provide Aquarius Maximus email for those who haven't sent in their birth date and name. That way you could just get it directly from her instead of going through me to go through her. That might expedite the process. So you do that at the end. We're gearing up for Q&A soon. It's 5:40. We got about 20 minutes left, and then we're gonna do some Q&A, family. Not very long, but we're gonna do some Q&A. We guaranteed from 1 to 6. We're gonna still do some Q&A. She's been answering questions along the way. So
Yeah.
exactly. So we'll still do a brief Q&A at 6, and then we'll wrap it up, family. Right? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aquarius.
Right. So the beautiful thing about this is, with the one of the things that y'all can start with without even knowing. Now, when you read that Sacred Symbols of the Ancients, it is going to go into some of the meanings of these cards, all of the meanings of the cards. I gave you that book. So, but the beautiful thing about the Grand Solar Spreads is it's not necessarily about the meanings, more so is about putting a face to a card. And how you do that is by getting birthdays. So you get birthdays, and you don't even have to have years. because it's all about your perspective. You're trying to see where these cards sit and who these people are and how they fit in your life for a particular year. You know what I mean? Because knowing where someone sits in a particular year in your spread could be the difference between you asking them for something and not asking them for something. Because if they're sitting in a challenging spot, it's going to be an automatic no. You know what I mean? But they could be sitting in a generous spot. You may be needing to borrow money, right? You're not going to borrow money from your mom if she's sitting in this spot right here and you ain't doing well. This is not going to happen. She may give you the money, but she's going to piss you off. You know what I mean? She's going to say something like, you need to get your life together. You need to get a job. You need to do this. You need to do that, because she's sitting in that spot. She's like, she can't even help it. That is her energetic presence in your life for that year. She can't help but be that way. So this proves, like a lot of people say that the planets don't control you. Honey, when you look at the grand solar spreads and where people are sitting in terms of planetary energy, the planets have influence over everything. They do have influence. Now, what can change that is your perception, right? That's what can change. Because if you didn't know this, you would be mad at your mother. You'd be like, I'm pissed off at her. She got a bad attitude. She said this to me. But if you open up age 25 and she's sitting in that challenging position, you'd be like, man, I'm not fucking with her. I already know what she's gonna say. So and isn't, and you're gonna be less mad at her. You're gonna be less angry. You may not even be angry eventually, because you're going to realize that she's only playing the hand that was dealt her. And you are playing the hand that you were dealt. So don't take it personal. So the grand solar spreads goes really far for strategizing. I mean, I live by this. Like, I live by it. You know what I mean? So when I really want to strategize, this is what I'm going to. I'm going to my age spread, and I'm looking at everybody sitting on that spread, and I'm seeing what role they play in my life, right? And how can I benefit from that? Because that's what it's all about. Because just like they're looking at you to see how they can benefit from you, you're looking at them to see how you can benefit from them. We all play that role in each other's lives. So I think that we can go to some Q&A now.
Okay. Let's get to some Q&A, family. Let's get to some Q&A.
Oh, you know what? I told them that we would touch on a little cardology magic. Someone asked about putting their birth card in their wallet, right? Or another card. Understand that when you get your birth card, it doesn't become about your birth card. It becomes about your combination card with your own birth card, which is giving birth to your hidden power. So if you ain't ready to be powerful, don't do that, right? So your card plus your card equals another card. And that's what I call the hidden power card. That is your strength. That is your strongest card. My card plus my card is the 8 of diamonds today, right? But I'm ready to be an 8 of diamonds. I'm an 8 of diamonds right now. I wasn't ready to be an 8 of diamonds a couple of years ago. You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't in the position to be an 8 of diamonds a couple of years ago. But now it's just like when you're not ready to be out there on the stage and somebody takes you and throw you on the stage, and now you're like, oh my God, and you got stage fright and all that other stuff. But then you've been preparing and you've been doing this for all this time. Somebody walks you on the stage, it's nothing. So if you're not ready for your power, you don't want to have your card on your pocket. You want to have maybe another card in your pocket that can help you inch your way to your own power, if that makes any sense. Someone says they still didn't understand what I'm saying. Someone wants to know, how do you add them? Remember earlier when we had the solar values? So we went over that earlier where we had the solar values and each card has a number, right? So if you want to know what your card is with your card, you add those two cards together, those two number, the two card, you go look in the solar value, you find your card and there's a number there. You take that number and you add and you multiply it by 2. So if that number is bigger than 52, then you subtract it from 52. You subtract the difference. If it's not, you go to the card that the result card, whatever card that you added together and you got, now you go look for that number and you look for the card. And that's how you get that other card. We use those for relationships too. If someone says, is it possible to do all of this with a deck of cards? It's possible to do with a deck of cards, but if you're talking about just randomly shuffling, that's what's called a magnetic spread, right? So those are good for the moment and it can change. That's the thing. What we're doing right here is we're doing a spell. We're stopping certain things from changing so that we can actualize it. When you shuffle and you do a spread, it's in motion, it's changing, it's still moving. You haven't trapped it in Saturn, you haven't encased it, you know. So imagine if you do a spread and you take it and you take those cards and now you seal them and you don't move them, right? You just seal them in something. So now you're trapping them, right? So what I do sometimes is sometimes I look at tarot because I just like the creative aspect of it. But when I look at tarot, I always try to trap it in my mind. I try to trap it or take a screenshot, but I don't get any more readings because if you get another reading behind that, you nullify that. Do you understand? But when you have this is already set the way that it is. So it's like you're not nullifying it. This is recorded. That's why they call this the tablets of destiny, because you are recording it. The energy is already recorded. It's written, it's encoded. It's encoded energy already. So if that makes sense, I don't know if that made sense, if that was helpful.
Yeah, somebody earlier asked. A lot of people are interested. I seen now a couple of people asked earlier. They want to know as far as like when you're on my show, when you do the readings, could you show them step by step what you do when you give somebody a reading?
So when I give somebody a reading and I ask you your age, right? This is what I'm
let's
doing.
let's use somebody in the chat as an example. So 12, 18, 1981. Let's see exactly step by step what you're doing when you get this age, when you get this birthday. I mean,
All right, hold on.
because I know
Now,
people want to they want to do
first
these
of
readings on
all,
other people.
I use my software, so that's how I'm getting it faster. But let me show you step by step with me doing my software, because that's how you're going to get it faster. The other way, that's not
The
fast.
software is on your app. They got to get the app, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I use
So
my software.
that's step one. Get the software.
So step one is get the software. Exactly. So what I do when I'm doing that, when you're going to do a reading, is you're going to go in the software, you're going to add a birthday. So let's do Brother Rich, right?
No, I want to give you a name because I'm curious about this name.
Okay.
Let me give you a name.
Okay, get a name.
Tiffany, and her birthday is 2/29/88, 1980.
229. So 2.
Yeah, I think
Then
because she's a leap. That's the leap year, right?
2. Yeah, she is a lead, babe. She's 9
She's a leap.
o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, 220.
She is
Oh my
not even
goodness.
so how do you that's why I wanted to give you this one.
Oh, you know what? I had to fix that because I didn't realize that the software didn't do a leap year. So I'll have to fix that.
That's
So
why I
we
want
gotta
to give
get
you
somebody else. That's a really good one. But you're a 9 of clubs. I could
that. No.
still do you without this. Let me show you. So if I were gonna do you, and I would just go to the grand solar spreads, right? How old are you?
She's 41.
So I would go to the grand solar
No,
spread.
42. I'm sorry, 42. I'm sorry, 42.
I would go to the grand solar spreads and type in 42. This is giving me the age 42 spread. Then I would go find your card because I already know you're 9 of clubs. So you can get that from the birthday calendar. I would go find your card and I would click on your card. And it already gives me the 13 cards that are important for you for this year. Okay. So this is her sun card. These are her, and this is her yearly cards. This is her card for the year. Now, if you go on the software, you click on it, it gives you keywords. See that?
Oh, that's detailed. That said cryptocurrency. What that said?
Yeah. I don't know why it flashed, but probably because I'm recording it. But yes, it does. Look, see,
So,
cryptocurrency. Yes, is a jack of spades. So it gives me keywords. And it also tells me dates. So these are important dates for you because you got a jack of spades this year. So January 3rd is important. So coming up January 3rd is going to be important for you. That's before your birthday. And February 1st is going to be important for you. So you want to look out for those 2 dates because those are your Mercury cards. So something significant can happen to you on those 2 dates, Mercury related. So maybe it's communications. It could be something with your siblings. It could be something that you initiate. Now, I'll tell you this, me knowing this off the top of my head, this is also a very important card for you because if you want to see your life spread, go down to keywords, right? And click on 9 of clubs. And let's see, 9 of clubs. See, this is your spread, right? Look at here. You got a jack of spades and Pluto for life. So that tells me that this is really important. So this year is going to be something critical that you're going to get involved in that could lead to success. Look, you got the 8 of spades. So some of the things that it could be is it could be, let's go see what it could be. It could be, it keeps blinking out. She's 41, right? I don't know
42,
why.
42, 42.
42. It's probably because it's the screen. It's refreshing itself. But so she could see so something important. She could get initiated. She could, I'm sorry, y'all. This is the screen that's doing that. The app is not going to do that. But she could get initiated. She could get into crypto. Maybe she buys some crypto and it blows up or something. Like all of those things can happen. Or somebody very charming could come into her life and change her life too. They could throw her off. Some guy could come in her life and he's super charming and he could throw her off her path because that's her lifetime Pluto. She got to be aware of that. She got to be like, she's kind of allergic to charming men. You know what I mean? So like, yeah, so they could just she's got to be really careful about charming men because they may just want to sleep with her, jack of spades and Pluto. Or they may have ulterior motives, or they may be controlling. So you see that?
Yeah.
So even though I don't have her in here, I could still get it with the grand solar spreads just by putting her age. Like for instance, I'm 47. This is my spread. All I gotta do is find my card, 4 clubs, right? So this is my yearly spread. I don't know why it keeps doing that, but this is my yearly spread at 47. But the app is good because it has keywords. It tells you, like, see, look, this is telling me what this is. And it's telling me what days to look for. You know what I mean? So that's why this app is so important. If you want to know where that is, someone said it's not working like this. I don't know what you mean. But yeah, there's other people here wanting readings. So you have any other questions?
Yeah, let's see. We're doing Q&A now, family. We're not doing the readings.
I know. I'm laughing. They're doing readings. Someone says you just called the 8 of clubs the 8 of spades. You've been doing that. No, it's an 8 of clubs. I don't know if you can see it. Maybe you couldn't see it, but it is an 8 of clubs.
Somebody said, can you do an example of a relationship match?
Yeah, sure. So if you go in here in the app, let's say you are a 4 hearts and your mate is a king of hearts, and they're there. Oh, I'm sorry. Mom, are you coming? No, but yeah, later. Click on you click on submit. So this shows me the combination between a 4 hearts and a king of hearts is a 4 clubs. That's my card, by the way. That's so funny. So now I go down to the keywords and I click on 4 clubs to see what that's about, right? So it's peace of mind. So you already know if you're 4 clubs and you're 4 hearts and you are in a relationship with a king of hearts and your combination relationship cards are 4 clubs, then you know that your objective is to obtain peace of mind, right? And anything that breaks your peace should be avoided. Number one, right? Then you could look at the life spread, or you could look at some of the code words, the keywords. Intelligent, so you know this is going to be a very mental kind of relationship. Stubborn, so you know that you're going to be stubborn. Y'all going to get in arguments, if you know, and you're going to be very stubborn in the arguments. It's going to be a debater. You know, y'all might get into debates. You know what I mean? But it has a 2 of heart, a 2 of diamonds in Mercury, and a 2 of diamonds is hot and heavy. We talked about that earlier. It's love. So you could think at first that y'all were in a hot and heavy love, but then later on y'all start fighting. That's essentially kind of where it's going. So you got to find your way back to peace. You got to find your way back to simplicity. That's what the 4 clubs means. So if you have a 4 clubs relationship, it's all about finding your way back to simplicity, finding your way back to peace of mind, right? Keeping it simple. Don't argue all the time. Realize that, acknowledge the fact that you got the potential to argue. So if you got the potential to argue and you know you do, just don't argue. You know what I mean? That helps. Any more questions?
Yeah. Let's get to another question, family. People are asking them, is there a discount code? Did you mention something? People keep asking about a discount code for the app. Did you mention something about that?
I didn't mention it. It's $12.99 a month. I didn't
Okay.
mention that there was a discount code.
All right, I see people keep, all right. What? Okay. They keep asking, how will I get my life report from Aquarius? I never provide my birthday when I bought my ticket. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do, since the ticket sales are over, I'm gonna provide Aquarius Maximus email, so you could just, to expedite the whole process. You could just email her directly your name and date of birth, and she'll send it to you directly instead of having to go through me. Now that the workshop, we done had the workshop, so I'm posting Aquarius Maximus email right now for everybody who did not receive the life report. You could
Someone
email her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you could email her directly your birth date and your name, and she will get it to you directly. Anybody else that sent me your name, I'm still gonna get it over to her. But if you have not sent me your name and date of birth, you can email her directly.
Someone asked, how do you do the combinations manually? I showed you earlier, but I'm going to open that back up really quick. So one of the documents that I gave you is the solar values. And I'm going to share that really quick. And I'm going to go over that super quick because you got a document that enables you to do the relationship card. I gave it to you. So let's see here. Window, document. Okay. So remember this. So you might not have been here, but remember this. So another way you can do relationships is with this, right? So let's say you are a 5 of diamonds. So if you're a 5 of diamonds, then your number is 31 right here. So pay close attention, right? So let's say you're a relationship with a 10 of clubs. So you got a 23. So you got a 31 and a 23, right? So you got 54, right? If you add them two together, right? 31 and 23. So you got 54, right? Now remember, there's only 52 cards. So that means that you got to subtract 52 from 54 to get the card you're looking for. If it comes out, if you add two cards together and it comes out to be more than 52, then you have to subtract 52 from it. So you're going to subtract 52 from 54 and you get what? You get 2. So that means that your relationship card is a 2 of hearts right here, number 2. Did y'all get that? Yeah, somebody popped it there real quick, 2 of hearts. So that means that your relationship card is a 2 of hearts. And remember, you know, that's cool because earlier in the thing, we talked about the different types of love, and we did talk about the 2 of hearts. So we talked about the 2 of hearts being very powerful and dealing with a lot of money and stuff like that, but also could be control issues. I don't know if you remember Biggie, but Biggie and Little Kim, their combination card is a 2 of hearts. So, you know, they loved each other. She loved him, especially. We know that. But they also there was abuse and there was fights and there was control, you know, so that's on the negative side. Someone said, how long does it take to get proficient at this? By practicing it over and over again, right? Number 1, you can get very proficient at this. I have a lot of classes, number 2. I have a professional level class. That's a coach level class. If you want to be professional, that's on my website. That's a 9-month program. But there are plenty of people who just get the individual classes and actually practice this. And it starts with, don't try to try to do everything, you know, don't try to be like, you know, like, but I want to be able to do that. No, start out with doing the basics. I already showed y'all before. The basics are, I'm going to run through the basics real quick because this is like some real basic stuff right here. I'm going to run through the basics. It's going to be a 1 second, what you need to do, right? Go to, and you can do this for free, right? You're going to go to my website, right? Go to, what is your card? It's somewhere in the books I gave you too, by the way. The Cardology calendar is in one of those books. I just don't remember what. Go to the calendar, right? And find everybody you want to know, find their card, look at their birth date. If it's October 2nd, it's going to be a 7 of diamonds. Write their name down and their birthday, their name, their card, and their birthday. Just write everybody down, you know, right? The next thing you're going to do is you're going to go to the grand solar spreads, right? And this is how you're going to do a quick reading. He was asking about a quick reading. Oh, shit. I just totally came out of the stream. This is how you're going to do a quick reading, okay? So let me go to the grand solar spreads real quick, y'all. And the next thing you're going to do is, hold on 1 second. You're going to open up the grand solar spreads. That's that book that we just been dealing with, and I'm about to share. I clicked the Leave Studio on the other one by accident. Open system preferences. One tab. Okay, so you're going to open this. You see the grand solar spreads, right? So the next thing you're going to do is you're going to find your age, right? So look down at the bottom. You see it has ages here, age 6. So let's say you're 44 or whatever. No, matter of fact, let's do 38 or something. So here. Let me see where we're at. So here's 41, right? So you're 41 years old. This is your yearly spread. This is where you are, right? This is the spread that applies to you. So the first thing you're going to do is find your card. So remember, you just went on the Cardology calendar. You found everybody's card. You should have found your card too. Let's say you're a Queen of Diamonds. This is where you are, right? So the first thing you want to do is acknowledge where you are. You are Mars, Venus this year. So you know what Mars, Venus is? Mars and Venus is like man and woman. So you're interested in finding something, this is attraction. So you're deeply attracted this year. You sexual, you want to find somebody to hang with, you want to find your boo, whatever, right? That's where you are this year. You're focused on finding relationships, right? But you should be focused on finding money, because Venus is also money, right? You should be focused on finding money, but a lot of people, they're going to be focused on relationships. Now, this lower card at the bottom, it shows you who naturally lives in this spot. That's the King of Diamonds. So you look at age 41 and you see that you're sitting in the house of the King of Diamonds, right? So you already know that the King of Diamonds deals with financial mastery. So you're like, okay, this year I need to be dealing with financial mastery. Any king deals with mastery. So a King of Diamonds, and diamonds is money, is naturally going to be a person that has financial mastery. So you are going to have lots of opportunities to have financial mastery in your life, right? So that's you. But you go and you find your this person that you're dating, right? So you're interested in a person, right? And that person is a 7 of hearts because you looked up their birthday. So here they go right here, and they're in Venus, Uranus. Now I gave you an astrological cheat sheet, right? So they're in Venus and they're in Uranus to you, right? So Venus is love, it's relationships, but Uranus is also friendships, and Uranus is detachment, right? So what could happen with this person is they could like you, but they're not quite ready to be in a relationship with you, because Uranus, you want to just be friends with them. You want to do fun things with them. You want to go out with them, date them, right? But don't be sitting here thinking that, that they're going to be available all the time for you. You know what I mean? Because if you look at the keywords for Uranus, you're going to see some keywords like detachment. You're going to see all of the things like that. So you're going to be like, okay, no wonder why they don't want to just move in with me. You know what I mean? Because of where they're sitting. Now, another thing too is this shows what house they're sitting. They're sitting in the 9 of spades, right? So the 9 of spades is endings, stuff like that. So this person may be going through something. Like there may be something that they need to finish. They got to tie up some loose ends. They probably got somebody else that they didn't quite cut out yet. So they're in between, whether or not they're trying to figure out whether or not they even want to be with you. They like you, but they still got loose ends. You know what I mean? So that's the beautiful thing about just being able to look at this spread and see who sits where and figure out what they are to you, like what energy they have to you. Somebody wants me to speak on the spirit spread. Lots of people. Okay, I talked about the spirit spread, so I'll go into the spirit spread a little bit more. So the spirit spread represents order, right? It represents order. It represents the underlying energy to life, right? So it represents your natural place in life, where you are natural at. So if you go back to the spirit spread and you find your card, like mine is here. My natural place is Mars, Mars. What does that say? My natural place is being ambitious. Naturally, I can be ambitious and not even think about it. Other people might think I'm ambitious and they actually see it, but for me, it doesn't. I'm like, it's just who I am. That's who I naturally am. You know what I mean? So, you might be a queen of clubs. Your natural space is Jupiter, Jupiter. So naturally, you like attention. Naturally, you are blessed. A queen of clubs is naturally blessed. They kill their own blessings. They're naturally blessed. That's why a lot of them could be by themselves and be successful. Like people are always telling, queen of clubs types, like, oh, you need a. These are people that actually don't, quote unquote, need a man. Like need. A queen of clubs does not. Queen of Clubs has a host of angels at their disposal. As a matter of fact, I have a Queen of Clubs client. She owns a law firm, right? Wonderful life. She travels. She just got back from a safari in Africa, right? She has a set of twins and she got another one on the way. And guess what? Both of them were in vitro fertilization. They don't got no daddies, right? And when she wants to go out, she dates 3 of hearts. When she wants to see guys, she does. But for the most part, she's that 9 of pentacles that you see in the tarot, that self-made woman, right? And she's happy enough, she would love, but because she put so much energy in building her happy life, she's patient on waiting for the right person to come in her life. So she is waiting for somebody to come and show up, but she can wait. She's like, oh, I'm waiting. I got everything I need. I'm gonna wait. So that's the powerful Queen of Clubs, right? But then if you move to the life spread, which is here when with chaos, they now sit in the Mercury Mars. Mars is man. Mercury is like, I'm impatient. Mercury is impatience, right? So in life, then they're caught in the crossfire of being impatient for a man. So typically they'll wind up with a lot of bad relationships, and until they realize that they need to build themselves up and be patient, and the right person will come along. So I don't know if that kind of talked to you a little bit about the spirit spread.
Oh, they also want to know how they're gonna get into your Discord. You said you had a Discord.
Yes, I will give you I will, how are we gonna drop the link here? Okay. Yes, I will drop the link. Mhm. Mhm.
Once again, family, we're about to wrap up this masterclass. I want to thank everybody for. We're gonna take 2 more questions, then we're gonna wrap it up. I want to thank every because we did start a couple of minutes late, and the couple of minutes we took out for break, give you the full hours. So yeah, we'll be good. Once again, before we get out of here, family, for those who did not send in their name and date of birth yet, I'm gonna post Aquarius Maximus email so you could contact her directly to speed up the process of you getting your life report since the class is now over. So you can email Aquarius Maximus im@gmail.com, your name and date of birth, and she'll get to you directly. So we'll do it this way to kind of speed up the process. The class is over with. Thanks for your patience. I appreciate it. I hope you'll enjoy those ebooks. I was looking at them behind the scenes, and wow, those are amazing. So I didn't know Aquarius was going to provide us with that. So I want to thank you, Aquarius, for providing us with that. And
Yeah,
also, family, the replay, yes, the replay, you could click on this same link for replay whenever you want to see it. But I will send a downloadable version of the class in about a week. We got to do some editing and download it from the server. So give me about a week and I'll send you the downloadable version. But right after this class, just click on the link again. You can watch it as many times as you want. It's a link that will never expire. So you can
the
just
Discord doesn't cost anything. It's free.
and yeah, that's great.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't cost anything to join my Discord. Also, I do have a yearly report that you can get, and I'll drop that link in my Discord as well. And then I'll drop the other books for free. You can get the other ones that you didn't get. I'll drop those in my Discord as well when you join it. I did post the link and he posted. And I'll drop those there, and then I'll also drop the link of where you can get a yearly report. No, that is not free, but you can get a yearly report that's similar to your life report that tells you about what to expect for the year. So there's plenty of other cardology out there. This is not the end all be all. This is very helpful. I have classes, etc. But Never before really has the power been placed in your hand to play the game the way it's meant to be played. That's what the cardology is about. It's literally about playing this game of life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's truly a computer, a program that we are playing, and there's codes. There's codes to get us to our destination.
So
So that's what a lot of the ancient scientists do. We're gonna do two more quick questions. I put the Discord on the screen, and I also put it in the chat. We're gonna do two more quick questions, and then we're gonna get out of here. I see Carmela keeps asking, where you at, Carmela? I just the chat's moving, so okay. Yeah, Carmela wants to know what is in the life report. She didn't get it. She wants to know what's in it.
the life report is going to have your spread, your whole entire spread, and it's going to break down each card that's in your spread in each 13-year cycle. It's also going to tell you about some auspicious years and times to look forward to in your life.
Okay. Let's get to another question.
Someone said that link didn't work. How did it didn't work? That's the link I gave straight from Discord.
Yeah, I don't, when I share it, let me see something because I could yeah, I clicked on the link, it worked. Yeah, maybe you just have to if you wrote I put it on the screen. If you wrote it down, it should work because I just clicked on it. The link is invalid. Let me see.
A bunch of people just popped in, so it got to be working. Like literally 18 people done
Yeah.
popped in.
Yeah, I don't know why it works. These things work for some people and not for others. Like, yeah, they saying it worked for me. Yes, it does. Okay, all right, so it does work. Yeah, some of y'all, I know the technology aren't as technology savvy as others, so we try to be patient with each other. Everybody tries to be patient with everybody. We know how this technology thing is. What if somebody's asking Aquarius? What about a cusp birthday?
A cusp birthday is I usually go by who you are after midnight. Midnight usually starts the next day for me. Sometimes some people do a sun up method. They wait for when the sunrise, but then that would depend on times. And I don't think that cardology was ever meant to be that complicated to involve times. So I usually go after midnight.
All right, and I put the Discord up again. I think that sound I'm hearing. I think that's y'all sounding up to the Discord.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah,
people popping in
yeah,
like
yeah,
left and
yeah.
right.
So it works. It definitely works because everybody's popping in. So
Yeah, it works.
you can't
Everybody's popping in there.
you can't do somebody is saying how do we it's moving so fast. I appreciate y'all stay. You know what, real quick. Sometimes when I have the master classes, usually so many people don't stay to the very end. So I appreciate all of y'all staying to the very end. Y'all stuck through with it, even if y'all didn't understand all of this. So give yourself an applause for that for sticking through this. This was 5 hours and change of information that'll put you to sleep. You know what I'm saying? If you don't, because it's that hardcore stuff. So I appreciate y'all for sticking with us this whole time. The chat's moving so fast.
Yeah, and let them know that when they join my Discord today, I'm gonna pop in a free Grand Solar Spread class for them, video class.
Oh man, y'all getting hooked up.
I'm gonna dig out one of my Grand Solar Spreads. So if you're interested in the Grand Solar Spreads and you still want to learn more, I'm gonna pop in a free class in there in the Discord.
So if you join the Discord today, if you don't, because I know y'all we gotta say it 5 times sometime. If you join the Discord today, she's gonna include a free class. So if you join it, you get additional information. So it's a lot
Hmm.
of information. Somebody said, "How do we do our daily spread?"
Your daily spread. Well, your daily spread is going to be in if you go into software, you're gonna be able to pull up your weekly spread, which will give you your daily card. One of the most important daily spreads that you need to know is the card of the day. Start there before even your card, because the card of the day is more important than anything. You want to know the card of the day and the energy of the day because that applies to all of us. So if you're really like strategizing, you really want to know what the card of the day is because it tells you what you're able to do and what you're not able to do and what's going to happen and what's not going to happen. That's one of the most simplest things you want to focus on.
Indeed, indeed.
Somebody
Oh,
says they have a cardology book with a different moon card. That's because the destiny card sometimes uses the moon card being the card that's behind the sun card, and that's really like a kind of patriarchal thing. I don't use that card as the moon card. I use the cosmic moon as the moon card. That card is the card I call the supportive card, which pushes you forward, right? So, but I call the moon card the cosmic card. The cosmic moon is the one that I use as the moon.
definitely, definitely. Like I said, I hear y'all sounding up. All right, families. Anything else you want to share with them, Aquarius, before we get out of here?
No, I mean this was good. I hope that I'm pretty sure that, even if you got to go back over it a couple of times, you got a lot of books to read. You got to please read that Sacred Symbols in the Ancients. I think that's really good. And it's going to be really helpful in understanding the cards.
Indeed, indeed. All right, where to get the app? I emailed everybody. Again, I emailed
If you're in the
everybody.
Discord, I will pin the app in the Discord so you can get to it.
Yes, yes. So you'll get the app on the Discord. I also emailed y'all the app and the ebook. So it's in the emails, it's in several places. If you don't see it, families, check your spam, your promotion folder. A lot of people find the stuff in the promotions folder, family, but it's you know how the email service is. Besides that, once again, if you did not receive your life report yet and you did not send in your name and date of birth, you can send in your name and date of birth straight to Aquarius Maximus. I'm gonna end the show by putting her email one more time. That way y'all could get the life report faster, being that um the class is now over. I just this is her email right here. You can email Aquarius Maximus, im@gmail.com. And it doesn't end here, family. Me and Aquarius talking about doing something again in January, the start of 2023, because a lot of important things is going down that we should know about. So we'll keep everybody up to date. But of course, if you join her Discord, you'll be up to date with everything she got coming up, her classes, her offers, and everything. But I want to thank everybody once again. I know Aquarius is tired. Oh man, she
Oh yeah, and I gotta go to my son's football game. I
yeah,
told y'all today is sacrificing for the kids.
yeah, yeah. All right, so you got everything. We will continue to send you information via email. Make sure you join the Discord. With that being said, Aquarius Maximus, thank you so much. Thank you everybody for joining. This is Brother Rich Black Magic 363, and we signing out. Peace.